Alright, check 1, 2. Wait, hold up. Why is the game not showing up? Where'd the game go? Oh, I didn't actually show it. There we go. Okay. Check 1, 2, check 1, 2. Mic is working, everything is working. And looks like we're okay here. Sorry guys for the slightly late start. I was writing something and totally lost track of time. I have no excuse. No excuse whatsoever. Anyway, hey Tactician Chance, hey Suba Suba, welcome, welcome. A stream's a stream. I like to start when I say I'm going to start, but you know, things happen, and this thing was not important, but I got so caught up in it that I didn't realize how close it was to stream time. Yeah, I was writing up. Okay, this is gonna sound stupid. Okay, this is gonna sound stupid. While I'm not a full-time member of this community, there was like some post up in the Atelier Reddit that after looking through the responses seemed a little bit lackluster, so I figured I'd put my own response in there. And I got too caught up in it because holy crap, there was actually so much to write up. And yeah, that's my excuse. That's my excuse. But yeah, so that's done. That's done as complete as I could get it. And now we're here. Let's see. I don't really know what to say because there's really not a whole lot that happened between last time and this time. However, I am aware of one thing that was floating around Twitter and probably the Reddit about CN stuff, and I may have vaguely saw it. And I'm kind of, part of me is wondering what the heck happened here. And the other knows this is actually a pretty huge spoiler, so let's not talk about it past that. Because initially when I first saw it, I thought it looked like a really, really bad edit. And I didn't realize said bad edit was actually real. And I don't really want to talk about it until we actually get there in global. So yeah, that's all I have to say about that. Otherwise, I'd be talking about it. Other than that, though, Ro's story apparently is pretty chock full of very spoilery things that I do not know past what I saw very briefly. So yes. I have to. I guess I have to like mention that some people were very upset when they saw it. So yeah. Anyway, that's really all I got. I'm just hoping. I think Vector is supposed to be coming up next. Banner, but that's not going to be for a while, right? Because we have. What do we have here? We have until the 30th. Wait, the 30th. The 30th is not that far. That 30th is. It's a little bit over a week. It's about a week and a half. Yeah. By the time we get to global, I'm sure we're gonna forget most of it. We're gonna remember the one thing though, because that's how memory works. The most traumatic thing or the most memorable thing is gonna stick to your mind. That's I'm gonna not be able to forget that for a little while anyway. Remember what? Exactly. But yeah, I don't know how long this second part of the event is. I just remember that the first part was very long, and I haven't also touched the Vampire Survivors game yet. I did enjoy the Pathforger one, the Luftberry, the actual Luftberry versus NPCs game. I know some people hated that, but this was kind of interesting. I kind of liked it. I don't know. What do you guys feel about it? the solo version we got a couple of months ago. I guess it was not the Macchiato event. Maybe it was the Macchiato event. Anyway, in a previous one, it was what do you call this? It was all right. It was a little grindy. This one is also grindy, but I think they added the speed up button, so it made it not as bad, but also 2, 3, 4 times as long because there are that many other players on the board. I don't remember how Luffberry Chess, the actual one, went, but I'm assuming that was more like a actual PvP thing versus other people, and actually took a very, very long time. Never touched it. just what I heard people say about it. Kulka is all you need. Hate the board game minigame. Only thing from our event that's gonna stick with me is the Sapo noises. Ooh, Sapo noises. I think I saw some Sapo noises. Let me see. Sapo noises. Oh, okay. Sapo. This is the only Sapo noise I have. Not a huge spoiler, thankfully. But let me get this up here. This one. I didn't know she could make that sound. Sapo being cute as usual. Yeah. That's pretty much all the Sapo noises that I have. You didn't hear it? You didn't hear it? I don't know if that's sleepy noises. Can you read Chinese? Hold up. Okay, are we back? Are we back? If anyone didn't see the Sapo stuff, hold up. It is, I think, this one. We'll just have her on loop for a little while. Sapo was too strong. I'm not sure exactly what happened there. Sometimes OBS is behaving just fine, other times it likes to crash for no apparent reason. And there is no apparent reason why it crashed this time around. But yeah, that's really all I know about Sapo this time around. I don't think I saw that one Sapo video on YouTube. However, my my bookmarks in Twitter is full of random stuff, and one of those random stuff I guess could be considered spoilers for this event, but we will not talk about it until the event is over because I didn't realize it actually existed. But apparently it was like a future, not even a spoiler, it was more like a future Easter egg that no one knew was going to be relevant until now. But one thing that is always relevant is this one. So Seiya, if you haven't seen this yet, is reminding people that there is a visual novel simulator for Girls Frontline, the first one. If you don't want to play the game but want to read the story, here it is. I'm gonna link the thing in the description after the stream is over, so you guys can check it out. Otherwise, if you want to check it out ahead of time, Seiya has the Seiya has the link for you. Just look for this post. Should not be too hard to miss. It is also gonna be very, very long. It's gonna be a very long read once you get to it, because that is literally 4 years, 3-4 years worth of visual novel reading right there. Yeah. And we will not be doing any of that on stream. That's on your own time kind of thing. It's just too long. But anyway, what is this? I have so many tickets that I want to use for this standard procurement, but I gotta hold out for Faye. When is Faye even? Wait, when is Faye showing up? Because I feel like these want to be used so that I can at least maybe get another Golden Melody or another Planeta, because those are too useful. Way too useful. But no, I'm gonna wait up. I'm gonna wait. Let's see. Really, I don't have much to yap about, guys. What's going on? Did I miss anything? Did I miss anything that I probably should be talking about? Depends on the dartboard. Yeah, and I guess being a standard banner, the dartboard is gonna be whenever they feel like it for that one. I'm still assuming Vector is coming soon. And I will be getting that school uniform outfit when it does happen, because the school uniform outfit is actually pretty good. I do like her new outfit too, though, but still, school uniform. Can't say no to that. Can't say no to that. How much longer do we have for this boundary push? I haven't actually checked. I'm guessing boundary push lasts as long as the event lasts. Lena when? Lena should have been around by now, right? Technically speaking, Lena should have been around by now, but she hasn't. Maybe Faye is coming together with Zhao Hu, considering she is part of the Monsoon Squad. Oh, really? I didn't realize that. Is Zhao Hu and Faye supposedly in the same group? Because I feel like Zhao Hu is what do you call this? Just a random doll we ran into while Diane and her sister were traveling. So it's not really like she was there because, you know, for anything else. She was just there randomly. The most random addition in the game ever. Faye is part of Diane's for whatever reason. Huh. It's probably the Kung Fu movies. If anything, it's probably the Kung Fu movies. Other than that, I can't think of any other reason. Because, technically speaking, she's not a Chinese doll. But, she is a Stephen Chow aficionado, apparently. According to all the comparisons that I've seen between her animations and the movies. But she's not the only one, though. She's not the only one. So, yeah. I haven't even started this challenge mode. I need to do that at some point. I haven't started this Frontline Survivors mode. I need to do that at some point, too. Faye's a Chinese weeb. I mean, Kung Fu movies were a huge thing at one point, right? So maybe she got into that too. It kind of makes sense with the tactical axe, the scoped axe. I don't know if the scoped axe actually makes sense, but anyway. Since I really don't have a whole lot to yap about, I don't know really what to yap about. We'll just go ahead and get started with the event if that's okay with you guys. And as usual, let's do a quick recap of what the heck I remember from this thing. Which is basically 404, Height 404 is now under Dimitri because contractual reasons. At first I thought Dimitri was starting to have a little bit of respect for our dolls, but apparently no. I didn't read his backstory, but I did get a quick summary of what it was about. And correct me if I'm wrong about this one, but apparently his backstory has something to do with... There was a doll that he did interact with previously, but because of some shenanigans, protocol shenanigans, what have you, he has a huge distrust of dolls. And that's why he's looking down on 404 because of that. I think that's what it was. That's just the shortened version of it that I remember. but I didn't read it for myself, so definitely lost a lot of details there. What we did find out, I think, during this first part is that Mangi is still a whole part of this event, very much in the background, but also probably the people who are wiping out the survey corpse people and preventing them from digging a little bit too deep into the whole Paradeus stuff, because, you know, that they're just doing their job. They're just doing their job, and I think we barely saw Blue Sphere last time. But Blue Sphere is also supposed to be wiping out any survey corpse people that she sees. 45 Leva. What was she doing? I don't remember what she was doing. I actually don't remember what she was doing. But we did get in contact with her a little bit, and 416 had some stuff to say about that. Like, you're not the one here doing this stuff, kind of thing. So, okay, so what did we do? We went to a village to, I guess, see if there were any traces of some survey corpse people. We did find them in a wreckage, as well as something from Nikolai, who is apparently Dimitri's friend from a long time ago. We also got a bunch of Dimitri flashbacks from when he was younger, and I guess his friend Nikolai. Nikolai is dead, and I think the giant Boojum we fought at the end of part 1 and the middle of part 2 is the reason why Nikolai is dead. There's that. We also are currently in a cave that has way too much collapse, radiation, and crystals that seem to be artificial because Paradeus was here. Because Paradeus was here and there's a giant Boojum. That's basically what it sums up to. And I think, question mark, the place is now currently being surrounded by Mangi people. I don't know. I may be making that up in my mind. But I feel like we're going to be running into Mangi soon because they were introduced very briefly before we ended last time. And I guess also, yeah, the commander was monologuing for like 3 minutes and disappeared. Right, I think someone mentioned that we picked up Seer. Or was it Deer? We picked up Deer along the way, which was part of the previous event. Pretty much, yeah, he was KCCO, so he was fighting SF and Griffin at one point. Then some Viager playing a medic doll in his base with them caused a lot of death of his men. Ah, I see. So the medic doll was from the Viagers, and that's how, and that's why he doesn't trust them. That's a little bit, I don't know. That seems, the mistrust seems misplaced, is my thinking, but I could also be wrong. Right, and the huge thing with Dimitri apparently was that he still, because Carter, which was a huge General Carter, who is a thing in the first Girls Frontline, since Carter is no longer around, there's no reason to serve in the military, because he wanted to serve under Carter, under him, and I guess the Neo-Soviet Union. But since that no longer exists, it's like, screw this, I just want to get rich and leave all this behind. I think that's what it was. Meanwhile, Nikolai seems to be, no, I'm still gonna keep doing my thing, but also, yes, I wish the Neo-Soviet Union was still around. I don't know. That's basically what it boils down to, I feel like, at the end of the day. Andoris really grew up on me on this story. She's just reliable and competent. Andoris doing Andoris things. I don't know if she changes much and in the second half. That has yet to be seen by me. But it seems she was a little bit not quite in her element. She seemed a little bit scared, I guess, when she actually had to do the firefight earlier in this part. And apparently 416 is very much more damaged than what we see her. I think one of her eyes is actually busted, which you don't see. It's just told to you, and you just kind of have to accept it. Was Carter a good character back in Girls Frontline 1? Technically, I don't know. He definitely was not a good character to our group. But I think the main thing with Carter is that he helped Kruger, our boss in Griffin. He helped Kruger a lot, especially with I think it's like some PMC stuff. He helped Kruger set up some stuff that's skirted around regulations and whatnot. I think that's what I remember from the IOP wiki when I briefly read it afterwards. Didn't really give him much other than that. So, but technically speaking, since he did go after us eventually, I don't think he was good for us. But he wasn't like overly, you know, at our throats like Jaeger was. Jaeger was just following orders at the end of the day. But still, that's really all I know. Anyone who knows a bit more than that, let me know. Let everyone else know. But that's all I remember. That is all I remember. Okay, did I miss anything that seems important? I guess if there's anything important that I forgot, it'll probably come up again later. But basically, that's kind of sort of what happened in a nutshell. So, let's go and get started. We stopped here because we have a gigantic story section still, apparently. Even though this battle section was also pretty gigantic. This is where we fought the Boojum. Yep, this is where we fought the Boojum. This and after the battle. This thing was gutted, and we found a recording from Nikolai saying that Hairday stuff and something weird's going on. And we have a lot more to go. I hope the second part's gonna be not too long, but we have to finish this today. 2 hours ago. And here's the Mangi people. Not the same Mangi people we met in the previous event, but it's definitely Mangi people. And Blue Sphere is part of this also, right. Blue Sphere studies the screen before her coldly, then begins entering a series of commands. All the catalytes are warming up? Wait, is she gonna blow this place up? Oh. Why is she increasing the radiation levels? I guess it's to kill everyone else off? I see. I see. So it is to kill the witnesses and later what do you call this? Retrieve the collapsed crystals. Okay. Blue Sphere's response to the Mangi's security officer is cold and aloof. as though this simple, savage, and insane plan is one that is reserved for when there is absolutely no other choice. No Russians. But aren't they all basically Russians? Almost, anyway. However, that is not the case. She silently studies the file in her neural cloud. It was written a long time ago, even before the very first catalyzer was installed. For someone that claims to have very much power, they sure are very hush-hush like rats. Wait, who are you talking about? Who are you talking about? Because I'm a little bit lost. Its title is the Powehi? Powehi? The Powehi plan. Named after the first picture humanity took of darkness. Huh. And now this darkness from the depths of space is about to descend upon the world. Oversight department. Okay, there's a different there's a different department in Mangi that's like, wait, what's going on here? That's too much radiation.
でしたら、プラン発動までに任務を遂行してください。うちでは何とでも。ご存知だとは思いますが、今回の指揮権は私にあります。命令に背くのであれば、即刻排除します。あなた一人が消えたところで、計画に支障はございません。
Blue Sphere doing Blue Sphere things apparently. It's like, it's my way or the highway for this operation.
前回はあなたの判断ミスで調査隊を殲滅する好機を逃したばかりか。ルージャムと何度も遭遇していながら目標の回収は失敗に終わりました。
あのブージャムの移動速度と行動範囲は尋常じゃない。こっちは300キロ以上も追跡したんだぞ。
300 kilometers is a pretty long chase range. I don't think it's unreasonable for people to not be able to keep up with that. Well, Blue Sphere just wants results. She's also like the very definition of a doll that follows orders to a T. The Mangi security officer feels a twinge of pain in his head as he thinks about the 2+ weeks he and his men have spent chasing the Bujo. It was as though the thing was intelligent, intentionally avoiding his forces and circling around them. But then it also destroyed everything it saw like a mindless beast. Oh, Powehi is black hole in Hawaiian? That is an interesting bit of lore. Backing has its limits. They can hide their activities, but witnesses left things alive make things messy. Always. Remember, kill everyone, no witnesses. And it may as well be a stealth mission.
言い訳は結構。役目を果たせない人間はグループに必要ありません。
Wow, pretty ruthless. Like, yes, boss. After realizing how dangerous his position is, the Mangi security officer gives up on trying to defend himself.
調査隊の動向は把握しましたか？
404とヤホダラさんの岩塩湖跡地にいる。
Oh, they know where they are. How do they know where they were?
追跡チームによれば、負傷したブージャムもそこにいる可能性が高い。あの行動を封鎖するだけで、奴らを一網打尽にできる。
推定所要時間は？
少なくとも3日だ。ヤホダナ岩塩湖は広い。クリスタルを埋め込んで以来、内部の探索は行っていないから、地形の把握に手間取るだろう。
3 days sounds like a really long time to be down there. I don't think you want to be anywhere down there for that long.
それに敵が内部のどこにいるかもわからない。全員を見つけ出すにはそれなりの時間がいる。
それでは遅すぎます。ロレンの援軍が到着すれば、こちらは撤退せざるを得ないでしょう。そうなれば、ここを彼らが立ち入ることのできないデッドゾーンにしなくては。彼らによる影響をなくせば 目標回収のための時間を稼ぐことができます。
本当にあの手を使うのか？
それはまだわかりません。
Might not have to. Okay.
もし彼らが一箇所に集まっていて、その位置を特定できた場合はどうなりますか？
戦力差を考慮すれば半日だ。調査隊の戦力は残りわずか。ブージャムも重傷を負っている。見つかりさえすればすぐに終わるだろう。
Right, okay. The one thing I did forget earlier is that I think they were, I don't know how this started. I don't remember how this started. But they baited the people, I guess, who were following them, question mark. And they like, when I say they, the survey corps baited the Mangi people, because I think they were the Mangi people were following the survey corps, and thought everything would be fine and dandy. But no, it wasn't, and they lost the people they were using as bait, sacrifice basically, and the rest of the survey corps with Dimitri escaped towards the mines. I think that's what happened. But yeah, Mangi people are a little bit too well equipped compared to the survey corps people. So yeah, they were gonna get wiped out, and they were basically also baited to get wiped out. Yep, I think that was the plan.
厄介なのはあの人形どもだ。奴らさえいなければ前の戦闘で調査隊を殲滅できたんだ。
4体の人形は私が対処します。あなた方は調査隊とブージャムに専念してください。
それはいいが、どうするつもりだ？
Skill issue for losing a lot of men? Yeah. Well, they were also fighting the dolls, so the dolls aren't exactly like your run-of-the-mill dolls anyway. That's just how they are. That's just how they are. But it was mostly 416 that handled most of it, I think. Right? I think so, anyway. Imagine losing to 4 elite dolls. Imagine losing to 1 elite doll. Technically 1 elite doll, if you think about it. I mean, G11 Mekti is more support than anything this time around, so it's not like she's like killing she's not killing like groups of people. I don't know how good Belka is, Byoka. Andoris, I feel like, is also support as far as this mission is concerned. So yeah, and we did lose a jeep. We did lose a jeep. So there is that. We lost a jeep, but we somehow, for some reason, still dragged along the gigantic gun that we used on the Boojum the first time around. Hasn't been mentioned since that time when 416 said to escape and leave everything to her. G11 is dedicated to support the juniors. Klukai stayed behind to kick their asses. That's why she's so injured. Yep. I mean, the rest of them were saying that she'd probably die from doing so, but she's still mostly intact. Mostly. Even if she did die, though, it's not like the end for her in the story. She would just have to be resetted with basically leaving all memories of this place behind. I don't even know if she'd know what the heck happened here until everyone else got back.
考えがあります。私が到着するまでに岩塩港周辺の地形を把握し、すべての入り口に兵を配置してください。
Every exit must be watched. How many exits are there anyway?
彼らがその場を離れようとした場合を除き、私の命令があるまで動いてはなりません。
Do not engage unless they escape. Kind of cautious, aren't you?
わかった。
ところで、分散した調査隊員は見つかりましたか？
ほとんどはな。
ほとんど。一人残らず殲滅しろと申し上げたはずですが、
Blue Sphere is like, why can't you kill anyone important? I gave you one job, kill people. You have not done that fully well. Though we did lose some people too. Blue Sphere isn't angry, but the coldness in her voice is more terrifying than mere anger. Oh, really?
いや、全員見つけたさ。まだ一組だけ残ってはいるが、すでに人をやった。
速やかに対処願います。
Blue Sphere hangs up and then she picks up the call from Cocoon.
もう着いた?
Right, the mysterious lady from the other side.
およそ1時間30分後に到着する予定です。
Bro is scared of this doll. Yes, he is. I think he's scared that he doesn't want to be taken off the mission because A, it's payday, 1. And 2, who knows what else they're gonna do to him if they remove him from the mission. I don't think he would just get fired. It'd probably it'd be worse. It'd be much worse.
ならよかった。ロレンの援軍があと1日で到着するそうだけど、間に合うかしら。
URNC and reinforcements will arrive in a day's time. The timeline in this game is so weird to me, but I just have to take it at face value because I don't know what the terrain is. I don't know what the conditions are, and it does take a while to move troops around.
問題ありません。
Imagine how bad they would be whipped if we could deploy $25 at once like the old days. Yeah. I don't know if dummies make that much of a difference, to be honest. Like dummies at best, I feel like are meat shields kind of, but a good dog can probably like coordinate multiple dummies at once, but still they're not as good as the mainframe. That's for sure.
今回ヤホドナ外縁港の触媒装置を起動する必要がございます。他の装置を起動するか否かは作戦の結果次第です。決定権はあなたにあるんだもの。どう使うかは任せるわ。
That's a lot of trust.
でもね。
Cocoon pauses for a moment and her voice grows cold.
剣闘士が負けたら賭けに興じるおじさま方は大層お怒りになるでしょうね。
I see, mildly threatening.
初めに伝えたわよね。証拠を確実に回収できなければ任務を達成したとは言えないわ。
Evidence must be recovered. I'm guessing the Nikolai recording.
彼らを駆除するだけじゃダメ。承知しております。そう。それじゃあなたの成功を祈ってるわ。
DP12? I don't remember what DP12 sounds like, so I can't say if they sound the same. That was pretty short for a story chapter. A lot shorter than I expected. Because I swear one of these things used to be like 30 minutes or something last time. Meanwhile, in Dimitri's group, no matter how simple dummies are, having 5 MG wielding cats raining lead on your position is terrifying. Yeah, I guess you're right. It does mean more firepower, but it also depends on how good the doll is at coordinating their dummies, right? Some are better at it than others, though you wouldn't really know. You really wouldn't know based on the first game how well they use said dummies, other than stats. Hey Lesh, welcome. We're in the middle of the second half of the second part of this major event, so if you haven't seen the rest of it before, just FYI, things could get confusing. Maybe not a whole lot of spoilers, but it could get confusing, just FYI. Anyway, moving on. Dimitri and 404 return to the mine entrance, where he shares what he's found with the other men. After hearing what happened to the deceased and about Mangi Security's arrangement with Paradeus, just about everyone present is filled with anger.
こん
Right, so I think they found out from the recording that Mangi and Paradeus are working together. And we're now in this situation. Oh, that's hilarious. Critical information? Before they were they lacked critical information. Now they all have critical information about what the heck is happening here. I don't know. This phrase is always going to be memey to me. Okay, so let me get this straight. Blue Sphere's group is trying to wipe out the Survey Corps because they don't want people to know that Mangi and Paradeus are working together and they're doing something around this area. So that's what Nikolai found. And now that we found the recording, the Survey Corps' job is to get the recording to higher up so they can do something about Paradeus / Mangi. I think that's what's supposed to be happening. I think that's what the goal is now. But the immediate goal is getting out of here alive. So there is that. Getting out of here alive is going to be a huge task for these guys, though. Yeah.
目に物を見せてやろうじゃねえか。その通りです。目に物見せてやりましょう。そうだそうだ。総長、命令を。これからどうする？これよりコードネームのろし作戦について説明する。
Smoke signal? Oh, come on. Oh, come on. I just finished my gun smoke today. Not another smoke code name thingy.
今後は数チームに分かれて行動する。詳細は全員の端末に送っておいた。それぞれ定められたルートへ出発しろ。たった一人でもいい。誰かが生きてここを出て基地局にたどり着くさえすれば俺たちの勝ちだ。
Right, that's the goal. Get the information out.
作戦成功が最優先だ。仲間が倒れても振り返るな。はっ。お前たちを部下に持ったことを俺は誇りに思う。
Well, they've always been ready to die, but the chances of dying right now are much, much higher compared to before.
いいか。最後の最後まで生きることを諦めるな。その命を、その信念を貫いてやれ。はっ。
The men are fired up by Dimitri's speech and eagerly begin gearing up. Meanwhile, Dimitri heads over to 404. For once, he doesn't look annoyed or disdainful. Instead, he hands the box containing the chip and the recorder to Klukai.
チップは404が持ってろ。生き残ってる中で一番優秀な奴らをお前らに同行させる。
Oh wow, recognition that 404 is their best bet to getting this through?
私たちが？
ああ。調査隊はすでに限界だ。奇襲でも仕掛けない限り、マグニと戦っても勝ち目はねえ。
Okay, so he knows they're at the end of the rope here.
お前らに託すのがベストだと判断した。
And despite any reservations he had from working with dolls, he's putting all his faith in dolls right now. I feel like if you read his what do you call this? The journal, this would be huge character development for him. Klukai hesitates for a moment, then accepts the box.
了解。
ここは放射線まみれだ。いつコーラップスストームやマグリの草どもが襲ってきてもおかしくねえ。もしも、あくまでもしもだな。
Dimitri lowers his voice.
同行する人間が死んだり、しんがりを務める状況になったとしても気にするな。チップを守り抜くことだけを考えろ。
Okay, it's basically all or nothing.
ディミトリーさんは一緒に来ないんですか？
俺か、行くわけねえだろ。
Hell no.
残った仲間たちと白星をあげに行かねえとな。大将がいないんじゃ話になんねえだろ。
Wow, he's trying to look good in front of mom here. What the heck? Dude.
ですが勝利は万に一つもないのよ。
Oh wow, you're just gonna tell them that? You're not gonna give them even the sliver of hope?
来るかい。そんな風に言わなくても。
Dimitri doesn't flare up like usual upon hearing Klukai's flat denial. Instead, he laughs.
だからガラクタどもにはわからねえっつってんだろ。人間が綺麗事だけ聞きたいバカだと思ったら大間違いだ。
何が言いたいの？
Yeah, never tell humans the chances of winning. They'll just defy it.
ここにいる誰もがそれこそ新兵ですら生還できる可能性がないに等しいのは分かっている。たとえ援軍が今現れたとしても連絡がつかないんじゃどうしようもない。通信障害にマグニが一枚噛んでるのは確実だ。
Wow.
臨時基地局を盾に行った連中もおそらく生きちゃいねえだろ。
He literally called them Mangi cunts. Wow.
基地局を探すにせよ、この荒野を出て上層に報告するにせよ、俺たちの任務はただ一つ。お前たち本命部隊への攻撃をそらすこと。敵を一人でも多く潰せりゃめっけもんだ。
If we survive, that's a cherry on top. He's not expecting to make it out alive, huh? I see.
お前らがチップを持ち帰ることができれば、俺たちは勝つ。
でも人形と違って本当に死んじゃうんだよ。
死にたいやつなんざ一人もいねえさ。だが命を張らなきゃなんねえ時に縮こまるやつもいねえ。俺たちの死がクソどもの土産話になるのだけは許せねえがな。何グズグズしてる。機械は機械だ。人間を理解して何が楽しい。クソの役にも立たねえってのによ。
Share over tea and biscuits. That is, I wonder if that means Mangi people are from like further out west or something, like the UK. Because I don't know if Russians do tea and biscuits like the British do anyway.
命令通りチップを持ち帰ればそれでいい。俺たちがどうなろうとお前らには関係ねえぞ。
What I do find a little bit surprising, maybe not too surprising, but still a little bit surprising, is that, what do you call this? 416 is a little bit hesitant, or at least finds it a little bit distasteful, to leave these guys behind to their death while they carry out the mission. Like, she doesn't like that. I don't think any of these dolls like that. But they kind of have to. Otherwise, this isn't gonna go through. Is Mangi's British? I don't know. I actually do not know. But it would be funny.
わかったわ。
After seeing Klukai put the box away, Dimitri nods in satisfaction and heads back to his men.
全員聞け。30分後に作戦開始だ。この作戦に失敗は許されない。わかったか？了解。
Ooh. Ooh, what is this? Sudden siren after the speech? Susume, Dimitri, Godspeed. Ah, man, I haven't watched the first season of Attack on Titan in a very long time and haven't really kept up with it. But I feel like the opening song from that one might be appropriate here. As the soldiers shout their ascent, a deafening alarm fills the air and every man's collapsed radiation detector glows with an ominous red light. Right, so there's Blue Sphere activating, what is it, the crystals or something else? And increasing the radiation so that it'll kill them?
放射線量が急上昇しています。
今度は何だ？
Pizdits! What is it now?
サイン！防護服を確認しろ！
コーラップス粒子の流れから 90% 以上が
Okay, I really gotta wonder, okay? You see how Dimitri is right now with his mask, and we don't usually see them in like full suit or anything like that. But is this mask enough to protect them from it? I mean, he's still got the rest of his face and head kind of exposed. I feel like the collapse radiation is gonna get this too. Let's just say this outfit is the suit. The black part underneath is the suit. I mean, the rest of his face is still gonna get affected. So what good does this do, other than you're not breathing it in as much?
そうだな。総員に中、これよりノロシ作戦を開始する。各隊はそれぞれのルートから出発しろ。エリア通信回線を維持。通信可能範囲を超え次第、各隊長の指示に従え。
Well, at least Blue Sphere is doing one thing right now. She's flushing them out.
404をはじめとする本命部隊は待機時間を10分まで短縮。
Do you even have 10 minutes? Do you even have 10 minutes to move out if the radiation is climbing as high as it is?
404、チップを絶対に守り抜け。
言われるまでもない。
However, just as everyone finishes their gear checks and prepares to leave, shadows in the night pour in and surround them. Their twisted bodies and savage maws are made even more fearsome by the encirclement. And that's how this fight starts.
大量の放射線に引き寄せられたんだと思う。ディミトリー、後ろに下がって援護を願い。404、戦闘準備。
Alright, let's do the cannon team for this one, or at least what cannon team I can put together. Oh hey, it still has it from the last time. Nice. Okay, maybe you can do all of this 416. Okay, 416, I'm gonna have you clear everyone out as best as you can. Right, let me lower this just a little bit. Do we go from here? Oh crap, it doesn't reach all the way. That's kind of bad. Yeah, that's kind of oh wait. What if we go from down here? Ah, I see. It still doesn't really reach because we can't get this the spawner. But we can at least get everything else and the spawner won't attack us. I know we can like wipe this out really quickly, but still. I want a perfect operation, at least for this thing. There, the little help. The little help that she can do. You want to take care of this last one? We'll give it to you. $404 and the Survey Corps put up a valiant resistance, but in the end they are forced to beat a fighting retreat into the depths of the mine, the opposite direction that they want to go to. Thanks to 404 supporting fire, the Elids in the mine tunnels are temporarily cleared away, but they can still hear the howling of Elid hordes come some distance away. They take advantage of this brief respite to rest and reload.
ここって生きムクロの養殖場なの？この生産量、ほんと半端ないよ。瓶から霧まで次から次へと。なんで一斉に出てこないのさ。
Little does Mekti know, she's playing Frontline Survivors right now, and she is at the 20-minute mark where things start getting real.
この辺りにいる生きムクロ、全部が引き寄せられてるのかも。近くの生きムクロは殲滅できたけど、声からして入り口付近にまだ大勢いるね。でも近づけないよ。このままじゃ放射線にやられちゃう。コーラプス粒子の拡散状況は？ 風の影響で元の速度を維持したまま拡散してる。おかしいよ。粒子は拡散してるのに放射線量が下がらない。これって
It's being produced from the inside.
粒子の総量が増えてるんだわ。増えてる？何それ？コーラプス粒子って自分で増殖できるの？クルカイ隊長。
Andoris does not use her vocalizer modules for this. Instead, she requests communication with Klukai on level 2, so that other people can't hear. She looks worriedly at the nearby soldiers from the Survey Corps. Yep, that's why. They've lost even more people during the fighting just now. After realizing what Andoris has in mind, Klukai switches to level 2 comms as well. Two hours sounds like a really long time. Like, I expected it to be a little bit quicker than that, but 2 hours. They still have a little bit of leeway, but not too much. And yeah, Andoris is worrying about everyone, not just her own team. Though I guess it is partly because she's a civilian doll, technically still, or at least, you know, she is still heavily influenced by her civilian side right now, and you know, she cares about everyone, especially the people. After ending the transmission, Klukai heads over to the Survey Corps troopers. Okay, too many plurals. Most of them are hurt. Their blood and the mud from their journey have mixed and dulled to a dark brown, which stains their ragged protective suits. Dimitri, who stands at their head, has just finished encouraging his men. He is sitting against a rock wall, and the soldiers he spoke to earlier are gone.
Dimitri, そっちは?
生きてる奴は無事だ。死んじまった奴は心配いらね
え。Everyone who's dead won't have any more problems. I guess that's one way to put it.
放射線量が増えてる。ここにはもういられないわ。
分かってる。だが少し兵を休ませたい。
Bratva? Is that like troops or brothers? I'm not exactly sure. He pauses, then his gaze settles on the radiation sensor Klukai is holding.
時間はどれくらい残ってる
？2時間。
2 hours.
よし。2時間だな。
Dimitri falls silent. He looks at his men sitting in a group, and he seems to be thinking about something. Perhaps he's running low on stamina, but his clenched fist is trembling slightly. However, he's doing his best to keep his face calm and steady.
俺たちは
Well, you guys have had a long couple of days or so. I can see that you're kind of pushing yourselves to the limits here. Who knows when the last time they ate was. Definitely it doesn't help in a fight if you're hungry and starting to starve. Suddenly there's a violent shaking. Salt particles from the rock wall scatter like powdery snow. Dimitri stops talking and springs to his feet from where he's leaning against the tunnel wall.
地震か
Not far away, Andoris, who has been assigned to sentry duty, runs back while trying to keep her balance.
クルカイ隊長、爆発が起きた。
Explosion?
爆発だ
どうなってるの？原因はわからないけど、療養施設に使われていたガスパイプが一部破損してる。
Was it natural?
多分パイプに残っていたガスが息袋に破壊されたせいで爆発したんだと思う。
Ah, I see. Alex broke the pipes and then boom from the leak.
ガス爆発？この揺れ、明らかに一箇所だけじゃないわ。そうだね。数箇所で一斉に爆発したのかも。とにかく 爆心地を調べないと。
一難去ってまた一難ってか。
Andoris approaches the two of them and glances at her sensor.
災難だとは限りませんよ、ディミトリーさん。
こんな時に何の冗談だ。
冗談なんかじゃありません。
Andoris projects the data from the sensor.
爆発で崩落が起こったのか、坑道内の風速が減少しています。コーラプス粒子の拡散速度もだいぶ落ちてきました。
Well, the wind speed slowing down because of the collapse doesn't also help the situation though, because you know, air is a thing. The less oxygen down here, and I feel like it's going to be not good in general.
これなら雪袋を処理してから脱出しても間に合います。ただどうにかして防護服を修理しないといけませんが、実はさっきから考えていたんです。ここの療養施設は昔随分と賑わっていましたし、ユナイタスもここで活動していました。もしかしたら物資が残っているかもしれません。
She is really trying to look for the bright side of the situation, which good for her, but also is a little bit dire. Don't give them false hope. Dimitri realizes he was wrong about Andoris and licks his lower lip awkwardly before clearing his throat.
ああ、確かに。まあ、あれだ。こんな時に冗談みたいに正確に分析しやがってって意味だ。
アルゴリズムに従うだけのガラクタですから。
Dimitri sighs in relief after hearing the good news. He scratches his head in embarrassment and his spirits seem to have lifted a little.
だったら洞窟内の探索を優先するべきだな。次の手を考えつつ使えそうな物資を探す。
そうね。ただ放射線量は依然として高いままよ。あんたたちの防護服じゃ防ぎきれないエリアもあるわ。
I think the music might be a little bit loud. I never actually noticed. Okay, I might have to adjust. Can I adjust it? I can't adjust it. Okay, well.
リスクがないとは言えないけど、人形なら放射線量1万まで耐えられる。
Ruka doesn't directly state her desired conclusion, but Dimitri looks away and lowers his voice.
俺たちはここに残る。捜索は任せた。
息袋の襲撃に備えて人形をここに一人置いていくわ。
いやいい。防護服が破れただけだ。自分の肉体守れる。
了解。アンドリス、ミスティと美容家を呼んで坑道内をくまなく探すわよ。
了解です。
Okay.
4万
Oh
両を
crap!
敵に
That was the
回したの
end. That was the
よ
end of that battle. Right. Right. I forgot. We just finished a fight. I need to adjust the volume just a little bit. I feel like it's not quite balanced. Second. That's why. Voice. Let's max that out. Music. Just a teeny tiny bit down. I think this should be okay otherwise. Alright, let's go back to it. Oh. Another story. Okay, story, battle, story. Battle, 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 and then more battle, and then story. Okay, we're gonna be going through a lot of story in succession. 4 forward leaves. Dimitri rubs his forehead and glances over at his surviving men, who are huddled together and discussing something quietly. There is barely concealed worry and fear in their eyes. Okay.
シャキッとしろ。人間が人形より先に諦めてどうする。死んじまった奴らの分まで生きるんだ。あいつらの最後、遺族に伝える義務もある。総長、俺たち本当はもう。
What's up, Larion? Are you guys giving up? What's going on?
ちょっと待った。見てください。 信号ですよ。
Oh, they got a signal! That's good! The trooper holding his terminal is so delighted that his voice is trembling and he's on the verge of tears. He eagerly points to the monitor on his communicator.
もしかしたら基地局を盾に行った連中が生きてるかもって、それで助かった。俺たち助かったんですよね、総長。
Okay, let's not jump to conclusions here. You're probably gonna die still, but you know, a signal is good. The troopers seem to have been driven nearly mad by the possibility of survival. They all crowd around, seemingly forgetting that they have terminals of their own.
変だぞ、この信号俺たちの回線じゃない。構うもんか、信号さえあれば外と連絡できる。総長が言ってたじゃないですか、増援が来るって。
Yeah, in like one day.
合流さえできればパラデウスだろうがマグニだろうがへじゃないですよ。
落ち着け。マナの可能性もある。通信をつなげた瞬間、こちらの位置がバレるぞ。だからって諦めるんですか、総長。もう半年も息子に会ってないんです。
Okay, they're going a little bit crazy now. Understandably so. They don't want to die, and they got families back home. Just as Dimitri is torn between what to do next, a terminal which received the signal picks up an unfamiliar comms request. 5 seconds pass, but the request to pick up is still going. The monotonous dial tone echoes in the cavern, while the communication terminal's notification light keeps flashing. After thinking for a moment, Dimitri presses a few buttons on the terminal and silently shares a transmission with 404 through the regional comms frequency. After that, he hits the accept button. The communication link is successfully established, and an inorganic voice speaks over the line.
はじめまして、ディミトリー総長。
I had a feeling it was you, Blue Sphere.
誰だ。
Dimitri hears a beep, indicating that the transmission has been successfully shared with 404.
私はマグニセキュリティを指揮する人形です。ブルースフィアとお呼びください。
Well, the one thing he didn't want to hear was Mangi. And the second thing he probably didn't want to hear is that they have a doll. That just makes things a lot more complicated. Dimitri's face twists into savagery as he hears the other person identify herself. He takes a deep breath, trying to speak as calmly as possible.
何の用だ。
投降してはいただけませんか。
I would like to request your surrender. Wow. What BS is this? You know, just because they surrender doesn't mean they're gonna be alive, right? Well, I mean, I guess thinking through Dimitri's side. Surrender? What the heck? You're just gonna kill us right afterwards. And that's basically what Blue Sphere wants.
くたばれ、このクソが。
Okay, what is the translation for this? That is that is Russian for something I don't understand. I had a Reddit post of Dimitri's Russian sayings somewhere, but I don't know what this particular thing said. I just find it funny that someone screenshotted every line of obscenities that came from Dimitri.
落ち着いてください、ディミトリー総長。口論は時間を無駄にするだけです。そして、あなた方に残された時間はごくわずか。
I would take that, Suba. I would take that if even if it's not accurate. Arguing only wastes time?
それに、
Blue Sphere pauses for a moment.
これは我々のネットワークです。あなた方は使用権限を与えられたに過ぎません。先ほど通信ジャミングを確認。そして404からの呼び出しを遮断しました。無礼極まりない。
Well, that plan went to shit.
聞こえていますね。ディミトリー総長と通信を共有する416のスティグマを持ったお人形さん。
Wow, you even know 416's imprint. Good job.
放射線のシャワーを楽しみたいのなら話は別ですが、やっぱりあんたたちの仕業ね。もっと穏便に事を運びたかったのですが、致し方ありませんね。あなた方の行動には驚きました。実を言うと、こちらの任務が幾分か妨げられているのです。ここはお互い歩み寄ってはいかがでしょう。
歩み寄るだと。茶碗も大概にしろ。そこで待ってろ。今にその首をへし折ってやる。
そちらにとって正面衝突は最も避けたいでしょうに。あなた方を殲滅するのはたやすい。行動の入り口も全て爆破で塞がっています。退路はありません。
Entrances to the mines have been demolished? Well... Oh, that explains all that explosion then. Okay.
入り口を爆破？わざわざ爆薬を浪費するなんてご苦労様だこと。
言ったでしょ、穏便に済ませたいと。それなのにあなた方は突拍子のない動きばかりする。私はハプニングを好みません。もちろん私の雇い主も。
言いたいことがあるならさっさと言え。
Wow, Dimitri, you have a way with words there. Stop schlicking to the sound of your own voice. Interesting. Interesting.
こちらの目的は明白です。繰り返します。投降してはいただけませんか。ルージャムに取り付けた発信機が破壊されました。あなた方が生きているということは、あれは討伐されたのでしょうか。私たちが欲しいのは、そちらが回収したチップと録音装置です。もしあなた方に条件があるなら伺いましょう。
You may state your terms if you hand over the recording device. Yeah. There's no guarantee you'll honor that.
死に腐ってろ、このドサンピンが。
Dream of electric sheep. I don't think that's much of a threat.
これにはな、てめえらの悪事が詰まってんだ。渡してたまるか。
ディミトリー、元新ソ連軍軍人。当時の階級は順位。
What is she trying to do by bringing up all this background info? Is she trying to egg them on? Because that's the worst thing to do.
2064年、カーター将軍をはじめとした新ソ連軍の武闘派勢力失脚に伴い、南西方面陸軍へと左遷。2067年、W2067-0341 浄化エリア775路線防衛軍へ編入。2068年、鹵獲品横領により総長へと降格。
何のつもりだ。
Yeah, what was the point of all of that? Like he needed to know.
あなたの経歴を洗いました。親友のニコライと比べて、あなたは起点が利く。
That was a mistake. That was a mistake on your part.
私の要求に応じれば、あなたとその部下の命は保証しましょう。ある程度の自由は奪われますが、命を落とすよりはマシかと。人間の命はたった一度だけ。慎重にお考えください。
The hand Dimitri is holding the terminal with trembles.
10分以内にご返答願います。404も同様です。死の概念のない私たちにその条件を飲むメリットはないわ。
Also, 10 minutes is way too short.
あなた
But
方
we're
には
not gonna need that time.
依頼内容変更の保証金として手厚い報酬をご用意しております。
We are willing to compensate you handsomely if you will amend the terms of your commission. That wasn't our choice, man. That wasn't their choice.
私の知る限り、404は非軍事勢力管理局の所属でありながら、表向きは存在しない特殊部隊。
And they're
実態は傭兵そのもの。
and they're filthy rich. So I don't think it matters.
私の雇い主なら今よりはるかにいい待遇を提示できます。そちらが投稿し記憶の削除を受け入れればの話ですが、明確にご回答願います。そちらの同意をもって協力関係は構築されたものとみなします。
Wow. You think they're just gonna accept that? Wow.
旧式の第二世代人形とはいえ、人形は感情に流されるべきではありません。
Only second generation dolls. Is Blue Sphere another one of those so-called third gen dolls? Because we met two of them, beat both of them, even though one of them's kind of not. I'm not sure what's going on with Sextons, but Blue Sphere, I guess it's a third gen, another third gen.
あなた方が現実に向き合い、最善を選び取れるよう願っております。いい加減な情報だこと。
Your intelligence is not accurate. Tell them. What do you know that they don't?
今なんとハイド404規則通信と会議について第1条。
Oh, come on. You're bringing up the rules that you yourself made? Fine. What's this Article 1?
依頼者が依頼を取り消す、もしくは依頼者が規約に背いた場合を除き、いかなる理由があろうと任務を放棄してはならない。
I guess that's fair.
一度決めたルールは絶対よ。異例は認められない。隊長である私も含めてね。
She should know. She's the one. What? Hold up. I feel like Article 1 is something that maybe even 45 made. If they even had that before.
何より
Klugai pauses for a moment. Her tone becomes more forceful.
エリート人形としてあんたみたいな命令に従うだけのガラクタが一番気に食わないのよ。
Tin Can calling another doll a tin can. Wow. You're making Dimitri proud by throwing that tin can insult around. Blue Sphere clearly did not expect this response from Klugai because the channel goes silent. Dimitri liked that. Dimitri liked that.
あーちくしょう、人形のセリフでここまで笑ったのは初めてだぜ。おい、ブルーだかなんだか知らねえがよく聞け。
What? Biat balls? Biat balls? That is great. That is great.
俺たちの命は確かに一つしかない。だがどう生きるか、どこで生きるかは俺たちの勝手だ。弾を取るつもりならかかってこい。だが無理だろうな。その程度の頭じゃな。
お望みとあらばすぐにでも殺して差し上げましょう。
I wish we can actually get that in actual Russian, because I want to hear that in actual Russian. I feel like it doesn't do it justice otherwise. The Biat balls. Bliat. Bliat?
それが本当ならわざわざ入り口を爆破するが直接攻めた方が早いだろう。なぜか可能性としては2つある。1つ、お前らの戦力は口ほどにもなくコーラプス粒子も制御できねえ。したがってさっきのは全部ブラフだ。2つ、時間稼ぎだ。離れた場所からこっちに近づいてるか何かを待ってるかのどちらかだろう。いずれにせよ今までの戦闘でマグニセキュリティには人形なんざいなかった。その程度でハったりのつもりか。てめえがネジ一本しかなかった頃からこっちとら戦術論を叩き込まれてんだよ。
Okay, yet I was hustling when you were still a screw in the toolbox. Oh, wow. She is getting the Colgate treatment. Bliat? Bliat Ball and Blue Balls are the two that you hear the most. I feel like Bliat Ball is going to be the most common. Blue Ball, I don't even know when Blue Ball is even going to come up, but Bliat Ball, Bilat? How do you say that? Screw in the toolbox is great though. Call her Snowball? Nah, she deserves better than Snowball. She deserves better than Snowball. Biat Ball is great. Biat Ball is great.
残念です。ディミトリー総長。もう少し話のわかる方だと思っていましたが。
Yeah, there's the problem, Blue Sphere. People don't work on logic 100% of the time. So that wouldn't have worked. And on 416's end, it doesn't work with her 100% of the time either, even though she wants to feel like she does so most of the time.
それでもお会いできるのを楽しみにしております。
The transmission ends and the signal cuts off shortly after. I feel like 416 hates other dolls that can't think for themselves. I feel like I could be wrong. But that little exchange just now kind of gave me that impression. In her vehicle, Blue Sphere checks the call duration.
調査隊の位置は。
大体は特定できた。
では人員を再分配し戦力を集中させましょう。爆破した箇所を含め各入り口の保証はそのままに。
坑道内のコーラップス粒子は完全に放たれている。放射線量の上昇は緩やかになるはずだ。調査隊がこれを機に移動したらどうする？
彼らの物資では広範囲の移動は不可能でしょう。近くにいる生袋だけでも手に余るはずです。私はあと1時間で到着します。それまでは一切の不手際も許されません。
わかった。
Oh, right. We were still in story mode. Oh, okay. I feel like this second half is going a little bit faster than before. At least we're not getting like 30-minute cutscenes now. 404 heads over to the entrance they used to enter the mine. As expected, it's been blasted shut, and we have a new background I don't think we've seen before.
お姉ちゃん試してみたけどやっぱり瓦礫が多すぎてとてもじゃないけど無理。アンドリス、外付け装備で瓦礫を貫ける。
What does the big gun even use for a power source? Because I don't think it uses bullets. Andoris doesn't respond eagerly to Klukai like she usually does. However, she doesn't seem to have blue screened either. Clearly, she's distracted by something.
アンドリス。クルカイ隊長、どうしたの？何か気づいたの？処理落ちがひどいなら情報の整理は私に任せて。
Oh, the external battery. Mekti's external battery. Right. Forgot.
ただ不安になっちゃって。さっきの通信、それに調査隊のみんな。彼らならしばらくは平気よ。ブルースフィアの言葉を信じるなら敵は直接攻撃してくるはず。その前に周辺環境の把握と物資の補給を済ませておかないとこのままじゃ反撃計画も立てられない。相手の戦力は不明よ。万全の体制で迎え撃つしかないわ。違うの。私ブルースフィアの言ったことが調査隊の人たちに影響してないか心配で。
I guess the rest of the troops were kind of delirious about getting rescued and stuff, so I guess they would be really demoralized by now, even after that conversation.
あいつが言ったこと？条件の話？それなら私とディミトリーがはっきり断ったじゃない。あんなのとは絶対に手を組まない。知ってる。でもね、 グリーンエリアでいろんな人間に会ってきたからわかるの。やっぱり私たちと人間は違う。ディミトリーさんの言葉も、みんなが戦友のために流した涙も本物だと信じてる。でも人間は誰しも弱さがある。弱さは不安を生んで、不安は感染してゆく。
I mean, you're not wrong, but I feel like you're giving them a little bit too little credit with what they're willing to put up with, you know? But let's see, we haven't exactly seen the reaction from the rest of the troops. We only saw Dimitri's side.
ブルースフィアの目的はわからない。でも彼女が出した条件は調査隊の人たちにとって渡りに船だと思うの。
言われてみれば確かに。生き残るために頑張ってきたんだもん。金と身の安全が保証されるって言われたら、そりゃ揺さぶられるよね。お姉ちゃん、やっぱり気をつけた方がいいよ。もし調査隊が裏でブルースフィアと手を組んだりしたら、それこそおしまいだよ。
Okay, this you don't have to worry about. I feel like you don't have to worry about that, Belka. They're better than that, at least. And she's still sleeping. Magdi picks up this moment to yawn to the Magdi picks this moment to yawn to the point of tears beating up at the corner of her eyes. And then she reaches up to rub them clean.
こんな時に眠くなるなんてどういう神経してんのよ。しょうがないじゃん。今回の任務本当にしんどいんだもん。
余計なことは考えなくていい。チップも録音も私たちが持ってる。調査隊がどう決断しようと私たちには影響しないわ。
Ruka looks around.
美容家、ここにセンサーを置いて。ネットワークにはつなげなくていい。敵が侵入してきたら最大音量で警報を鳴らしなさい。捜索任務を続けるわよ。ブルースフィアの口ぶりじゃいつ攻めてきてもおかしくない。それまでにできる限りここの状況を把握しておかないと。
404 searches around the location of the mine sanatorium while keeping track of the time and their distance from the survey corps. They check in with them at regular intervals to share what they've learned.
そろそろ2時間経ったよね。何も起こらないじゃん。
2 hours? Wait, wasn't 2 hours supposed to be the time limit where the radiation was going to increase to critical levels? Isn't that kind of bad?
療養施設が倒産した時にめぼしいものなんて全部回収されちゃったんだよ。また骨折り損だ。
そうでもないみたいだよ。
Andoris pats a pipe beside her.
パイプにまだガスが残ってる。これってホワイトエリアじゃ結構貴重なんだから。
Okay.
だからなんなのさ。風呂でも沸かしてみんなで入る？それにあると言ってもほんのわずかだし、肝心のガスタンクは空っぽじゃん。こんなのホワイトエリアに持ってったって金になりゃしないよ。でも私たち結構運がいいと思わない？ほら、天然ガスって誘爆するでしょ。これだけボロボロなんだからガス漏れがあってもおかしくないよね。
So things are gonna go boom from the leaky gas pipes?
ブージャムや生き袋があれだけ暴れたのによく誘爆しなかったよね。人間もやることがいい加減なんだよ。こんな危なっかしいもの使うなら放棄する前にちゃんとチェックしろっての。ガス漏れなんて起こってないよ。匂いでわかるもん。
それはどうかな。未処理のガスって実は無味無臭なんだよ。イエローエリアでは天然ガスなんて使われてないから、誰もガス探知機なんて持ってないしね。今みたいな状況は意外と危険なんだよ。
Yeah, I guess natural gas do be like that. I think around in Russia around that area. The main natural gas around there is methane, right? I don't know anything much about methane, but it is colorless. I don't know about it being odorless. But that is dangerous to have around in high concentrations in general.
でも大丈夫。天然ガスはある程度の濃度がないと爆発しないの。ここの面積とガスの量なら爆発はしないから安心して。
No explosion. Okay.
へえ、そうなんだ。アンドリスって物知り？
She really is a walking wiki. She really is a walking wiki. Andorispedia.
だね。まるで歩く百科事典だよ。
グリーンエリアの衛星都市は天然ガスがメインだから、カフェテリアの安全マニュアルでも紹介されてたの。それでちょっとね。
Oh, I see.
任務に無関係な雑学コーナーは終わった？総員、警戒を維持。
Probably actually relevant to the mission once things go down. I don't know. Upon reaching a fork in the road, Andoris suddenly comes to a halt.
隊長、待って。
Methane is naturally odorless. The smell we associated with methane is synthetic add-on so people can detect leakage. Also, isn't methane like some of the gas that is in farts? And the only reason why you smell that is because all the other byproducts in the farts? I could be wrong. I feel like it's also in farts. Anyway, hang on. Found something? What'd you find?
何？
ずっと放射線量を計測してたんだけど、ここ他より明らかに低い。
コーラップス粒子がここまで届いてないんじゃない？
アンドリス、5分間計測してコーラプス粒子の流れをシミュレーションしなさい。
はい、隊長。
Simulation. What would that do around here?
結果が出たよ。ここの粒子、密度が低い上にほぼ一定のベクトルを高速移動してるね。
Oh, there's an exit.
やっと見つけたわ。
え、何を？出口だよ。粒子の動きからしてここは風が吹いている。つまり外への出口が近くにあるってこと。
Wow, you rarely see you rarely see Mekti use her brain in these kinds of situations, but it's kind of refreshing to see that she can put two and two together in this situation.
へえ、そうなんだ。ミスティのことだからどうせアニメとかで知った知識なんでしょ？
Anime, you can learn. It's surprising what you can learn in anime. Come on.
私だってすぐに出口を見つけてやるんだから。待っててね、お姉ちゃん。
With that, Belka runs off into the passage on the left.
いえ、まだ風がどこから吹いてるか教えてないのに。
大丈夫。美容家の選んだ道で合ってるよ。
Oh, just randomly.
いつになったら命令に従えが理解できるのやら。
Klukai shakes her head and continues into the left-hand passage.
アンドリス、分かれ道に戻って調査隊と状況を共有しなさい。終わったらこっちに合流。ミスティは私と一緒に美容家の後を追うわよ。
I feel like Belka is probably jelly of Mekti, more so than dislikes her. She dislikes her because she's jealous. I think that's what it is, because she gets to spend more time with 416, and yeah, I guess also just because G11 and 416 just was together for the longest time before Belka came around. That's probably where that's coming from. The only reason why it's even there.
まだ生き袋が残ってる。あの子一人じゃ危険すぎるわ。
Oh, here we go with our obligation. Our fight that we are obligated to go through. See, how are you arranged? Oh, we have. What is this? We can put dynamite, which will not even help us here. Okay, I think I know which way I want to go.
おじけづいたな。
Yeah, I don't think Belka hates Mekti either. It's just jealousy. Pure jealousy from being around 416 too much.
どうってことない
It's like I want to be around 416 too, but can't. Oh, is there one I'm missing? Crap.
どうってことないわ
G11, take care of it.
眠い
The one enemy over here. Take care of that thing.
ちゃちゃっと終わらせ
Belka runs so fast. She's gone in the blink of an eye. It's so dark inside. She's got some guts. Stop talking nonsense and keep up. And that's it. That's it for the tiny Lucine.
お姉ちゃんもう会えなくなるかと思ったよ
Well, why did you run off to begin with? Oh, come on. Also, the only one who can bue around here is Mei Ling. But I guess she's never met Mei Ling yet, so bue privileges temporarily handed over, I guess.
今度勝手に走り回ったら知らないから
だってお姉ちゃんの役に立ちたかったんだもん
開き直るつもりミス一つで済むかもしれない状況なのよ
ごめんなさいもうしないからお姉ちゃん許して
Forgive her at this point. Maybe after the mission? After seeing that Belka seems sufficiently contrite, Klukai decides to drop the subject. A short distance away, Andoris is running toward the group after passing on her findings to the survey corps.
アンドリス風速に変化は
Yeah, Mekti's just in general the really tired type, right? So she doesn't really care too much about that stuff. She just wants to sleep.
うん奥に行けば行くほど風が強くなってる出口が近いんだと思う
よしこのまま進むわよ
Oh, further in. I think we've seen this one before, this background. At last, 4-4 reaches the end of the mine tunnel.
何これそんな
The tunnel entrance before them has almost been blocked off by rocks, but a wooden beam has fallen to deflect the fallen stones in such a way that there is an irregular hole roughly 30 centimeters wide on the lower left of the entrance. That is not big enough for anyone to go through. There is no light coming in through the hole, probably because it's quite a distance to the outside, but they can hear the cold night wind of the yellow zone blowing through it.
どう頑張っても通れそうにないよミシュティのチビでも無理そう
Not even a midget like Mekti can do it? Wow.
アンドリスこの隙間周辺の瓦礫の厚さと構造を計測してもしかしたらあんたの外付け装備でなんとかなるかも
了解
Andoris performs some quick measurements.
隙間の直径を50センチから1メートルまで広げられると思う
1 meter is pretty good.
十分よ
それと瓦礫に付着したクリスタルからしてこの入り口だいぶ前から塞がってたみたい
なるほどね
Klukai looks down and thinks.
マグニセキュリティの仕業じゃないとすれば ここが盲点である可能性が高い。隙間を1メートルまで広げられるなら調査隊が脱出するには十分ね。
話の腰を折るつもりはないけどさ、私の非常用バッテリーじゃ装備を起動するだけで精一杯で撃つのは無理だと思う。
Okay, it was only good for one shot. What is the I guess the battery's been keeping them up this entire time. Well, that's nice. That's nice. So how else are we gonna blast a hole in this thing?
あれ、消費量とんでもないよ。バッテリーの半分くらい壊れちゃってる。
Wait, is this not the Red Bull fridge? Are they not talking about the Red Bull fridge? Or is this something else completely? Because I thought it was. I could be wrong.
ミシュティ、大変だったね。
ねぎらってくれるのは嬉しいけど、後でデールに改善してもらわなきゃ。
ならあいつに会わないとね。
Ooh, this reminds me. I hope we get, what do you call this? If you play the first Girls Frontline, some dolls get unique equipment. I hope we get unique equipment for them here too. Unless the unique equipment in this case is like the, what do you call this? The keys that we've been getting. Then maybe it doesn't really matter. The way she says like the fridge doesn't exist, let me see. That thing gulps too much power, eating up almost half my charge on this mission. Crystallization. I'm hoping it's not her actual battery. Because no, they did say the backup battery has only enough charge to barely start the big gun. So I'm assuming there's a backup battery that's being lugged around, which is probably the fridge. It's the only thing that makes sense, because if you try to power that thing with a doll, I feel like they'd pass out. I just feel like they would pass out. I could be wrong though.
アンドリスは分かれ道に戻って状況を共有。他はその場で待機。404を敵に回したのが運の尽きよ。
Okay, where are we at now? Fifth story node, and we have the sixth one down there. Alright. After contacting the Survey Corps, Andoris tells Dimitri about the hole they found and 404's lack of power. Following Dimitri's orders, 404 returns to the mine tunnel where the Survey Corps are.
え、本当に諦めちゃうの？この辺はほとんど見てきたじゃん。もうあの隙間しかないんだよ。
Interesting. Why would they give up on it?
でも穴を開けるためのバッテリーがないもの。
外付け装備がないなら手で掘ればいいじゃん。死ぬのを待つよりはマシでしょ。
敵がいつ攻め込んでくるかはわからないけど、残された時間は少ないわ。手で掘ってる余裕なんてないの。
In addition, we don't have any tools we can use, and digging by hand isn't a realistic option either. So what is the option that they have right now then?
あそこに誰か配置しといたら、マグニが攻めてくるかもしれないし。
見つけた入り口には全てセンサーを置いてる。見張りなんて必要ないわ。
Okay.
この隙間に時間と労力をかけるよりも早く調査隊と合流して他の案を検討した方が現実的よ。
I don't think we have any dolls that specifically are good at digging. At least I don't remember anyone in the first game doing that. Did we have any dolls that were specifically for construction? I feel like in Girls Frontline 1 there wasn't, but if you look in NeuroCloud, I'm pretty sure there are a few that could possibly do construction work. But sadly, NoroCloud is in cyberspace, so, or in their own little server. So that doesn't quite really count in this case. We have also yet to get the NoroCloud collab they were teasing a long time ago. Hopefully we get some news about that soon, like this summer, hopefully.
隊長、さっき話したことだけど、私たちがチップと録音を持って脱出して、自分たちはそれを援護する。ディミトリーさんは確かにそう言ったし、隊長とも同じ判断だった。
We could just order one of the logistic dolls to dig a hole. Does that? I guess a logistic doll could do it if they have the equipment, but it's not like they're digging themselves. Probably no for T-doll. Sounds like a Civ doll thing. Probably a Civ doll thing. Civ dolls are a little bit more varied with that. Let's see. Dimitri asked us to take the chip and recorder while they stayed behind to cover a retreat, and you and Mr. Dimitri basically came to the same conclusion just now.
でも、まだ何か隠してると思えて仕方ないの。
チップと録音は私が厳重に保管するわ。心配しないで。調査隊が裏切ったら放射線量の高いエリアに移動すればいい。相手は防護服が破れてる。弾薬も残り少ない。
Oh, come on.
私たちが負けるわけがない。
I feel like we're what do you call this? We're entertaining this betrayal line of thought a little bit too much. Because I don't see Dimitri actually doing that. He's got his mission thing first and foremost. We do have Hawk dolls dig via high explosive. The only problem with that is we don't have Hawk dolls. We'd had Hawk dolls, but we don't have Hawk dolls. Papasha does have the dorm upgrades with a big ass mech. The big ass mech does exist. Sadly in this case, we haven't seen Papasha in the story. Yeah, and the Elmo's nowhere nearby, so that doesn't really help us here. Could. That could, true. Has Papasha ever shown up in the story at all? Does she even have a dusty memory or journal somewhere? Because I feel like she just kind of shows up one day and like, oh hey, Gunsmoke, guild stuff, and she's just there. But no one actually mentions her to any degree. Like, Mei-Ling could use a lot of help. Papasha would have been the help that she needed. Oh, jeez. Anyway, yeah, I don't think they're gonna turn on you though. That's just not them. The other three dolls nod.
静かに。もうすぐ着くわ。
Where are we doing battle? No, we're not. I think there's a story node, right? 4-4 returns to the tunnel where the Survey Corps is waiting, and they discover the troopers sitting around a patch of empty ground, quietly discussing something.
ローリング、この位置はわかるな。兵を一人連れてそこに突っ込め。他は何も気にするな。
効果はあるのか。
運だな。こういう時は賭けだ。戦況がここまで悪化しないことを祈るぜ。
了解。終わったら支援に戻る。
そうだな。
Papasha did show up in memories fighting with Suomi. Oh, okay.
何をしてる
Oh
の
wait, I missed the line here. What is it? After handing out assignments, Dimitri looks up to see 404 and signals them to come over. Okay. Kukai studies the patch of empty ground. It is covered with salt from the tunnels. There is a simple map and various symbols drawn on it. The upper left part of the map has been circled for emphasis.
ガラクタにはこの見取り図が理解できないようだな。
送ってもらった情報をもとにこの辺の地図を作成したんだ。こうやって放射線量が少ないところで防御を固めればマグニの不意をつけるかもしれない。
お前らが戻るのを座って待ってるだけだと思ったが。
Dimitri taps the circled part of the map and writes an F there. Kukai looks at the map.
まさかマグニと正面から戦う気なの？
そうだ。今までの礼をしてやらねえとな。
ブーシはそこを突きかけてる。相手はマグニセキュリティだけじゃないのよ。 ブルースフィアの戦闘力だって計り知れない。こんな無謀な正面衝突賛同しかねるわ。
賛同しなくて結構だ。404に戦わせるつもりはねえさ。
And you're not exactly running this operation either, sadly. But what's the plan here? Just hold them off until 4-4 escapes?
お前らはその隙に証拠を持って見つけた隙間から離脱しろ。人形にはローカルメンタルとやらがあったはずだ。そいつも証拠になるだろう。手足がもげようが知ったこっちゃねえが、メンタルだけは守り抜けよ。
Okay, so he's betting on them, on the cores making it back somehow.
あの隙間に穴を開けるのは不可能よ。あんたたちが時間稼ぎしたところでこの計画は根本的に成り立ってない。
After hearing Klukai's answer, the Survey Corps troopers laugh.
総長の言う通りだ。反応もそっくりそのままだ。
Is she that predictable?
言ったろ、石頭どもにこの作戦が思いつくわけねえってな。これで分かったろ。機械なんぞに人間様の頭脳は超えられねえんだよ。
Oh, come on, Dimitri. I feel like if you got a person with a similar personality as Klukai here, you would still get the same response. You would still get the same pattern of answers. It doesn't matter if they're human or not. You just need to get someone with Klukai's personality. It's gonna end up the same way. Come on. Oh, jeez.
いやー、かけなくてよかった。これで負けたらベッドの下に隠したウォッカを差し出すところでしたよ。
こいつら何言ってんの？もしかしてお姉ちゃんのことバカにしてる？
They are making fun of her. Everyone point and laugh. They are making fun of her.
バカにしてるね。まあ石頭なのは本当だけどさ。アンドリス、離れて立った方がいいよ。あと1分、いや30秒もしたら来る回が切れ出すと思うから。
喧嘩は良くないよ。
Yeah, well, you can't stop this. No. This is how they're gonna relieve stress right now. As they see Klukai's face turn more and more grim, the Survey Corps troopers manage to settle themselves down in time.
笑いは済んだ。そろそろ続きを説明してもらっても。
穴を開けられねえのはバッテリーが足りねえからだろ。足りねえなら探せばいい。
Just find it. How?
療養施設に生きてる電源はないわ。天然ガスは幾分か残ってるけど電力に変える手段がないもの。
その必要はねえよ。電源なら腐るほどあるぜ。
We've got it in spades? Where? Saying so, Dimitri points to the military backpacks off to the side. Oh.
これはバッテリー？
Wait, why do they have so many batteries?
ああ、どれも共通規格で全ポートに対応してる。
Oh,
使えるも
wow.
んを全部持っていけ。
They got so many power banks, they're willing to lend them out because they're probably not gonna need them anytime soon. How nice of them!
どこからこんな。デミトリーさん、あなた方まさか。
As she thinks of what the answer might be, Andoris quickly glances at the protective suits that the soldiers are wearing. Just as she expected, most of the indicator lights on their suits have gone gray. Only a few people, including Dimitri, have lights that are still on. Wait, is that the radiation detection that's gone gray? So they're no longer worried about radiation detection, so they're just gonna give the batteries up for that?
デミトリーさん。
Unable to compute what the troopers might be thinking, Andoris' neural cloud crashes.
なんだ、またくだらねえ演算してやがるな。今回はなんだ、俺たちがあのブルーなんちゃらに投稿する確率か？
Okay, the Japanese is not as interesting because he just says blue something, literally blue nanjara, blue something. But we'll take Bielat balls. Bielat balls is always great.
どいつもこいつもセーフティー外しやがって。今さら裏切るとでも思ったか。
You think we're gonna fuck up everything at the last minute with some desperate struggle that'll end up getting us all killed? Come on, you have too little faith in them, Andoris. I know you've seen desperate people. These people are desperate, yes, but they've also got their pride on them.
待っておじさん、これには理由が。
Oji-san, not Mr. Dimitri, Oji-san.
申し訳ありません。
アンドリス、何認めちゃってんのよ。
After taking the doll's reactions, Dimitri laughs scornfully.
よせよ。撤回なんぞに人間様の考えは理解できやしねえさ。理屈が全てじゃねえ。俺たちは理屈以上のもので動いてんだ。騙すとしたって機械に気づかれるような猿芝居打つか。人間なめんじゃねえぞ。
He's not wrong. He's not wrong.
人間の行動は予測困難だからこそ警戒する必要があるのよ。
なんだ、褒めてほしいってか。まあいい、言い争うだけ時間の無駄だ。とっととバッテリーを持っていけ。後で言い訳されても困るからな。
ですが、それではあなた方が危険にさらされます。電源を失った状態では防護効果はほとんど期待できません。
Oh, the suits run on batteries? I didn't know that. I thought it was just a suit, like some like just a regular suit.
俺たちが何年頂上列車でやってきたと思ってる。んなことは言われなくても分かってんだよ。
お互いの弾薬も残り少ないのに防護服まで。あなた方は
行かれちまってんのさ。
Yep, they're insane, but you know what? They're gonna roll with it.
このクソったれな世界にやられてな。
This time, Dimitri doesn't bother arguing with Klukai. Instead, he decides to roll with what she's saying.
ここはもともと新ソ連で畑も街を走る車もあったとお前らは言ったな。空は青く大地も緑に覆われていたと。
Yeah, until the collapse happened. The relics.
だが俺たちはそんな時代に生まれてねえし、見渡す限りの荒野しか知らねえ。
Klukai seems confused. She's not sure what he's trying to say.
集落の人間を見ただろう。声だめみてえな家に暮らして病と生き袋に怯える日々を過ごしてる。それがイエローエリアだってんなら、ホワイトエリアとグリーンエリアはどうだ。そこの人間はどう暮らしてる。この世界はな、とっくに行かれちまってんだよ。かつて人類はこの大地の至るところにいた。だがコーラップス粒子が広がって以来、人間はまるで家畜みてえに小屋に縮こまるしかなくなった。ろくでもねえ話だろ。
Dimitri's voice suddenly fills with anger.
ところがな、頭の腐ったゲス野郎ども、今ものうのうと庭付きの別荘を守ろうとしてやがるのさ。豚みてえにな。マグニセキュリティ、パラデウス、それにあのなんちゃらグループ。あいつらに一発かましてやらねえと死んでも死にきれねえぜ。
そうだ、あんな奴らの好きにさせてたまるか。
カーター将軍が死んで、新ソ連が死んで、軍人である意味はなくなった。初めはそう思ってな。うさんくさく見えるかもしれねえが、浄化事業は人類が過去の世界を取り戻すために取った唯一の行動だ。少しずつだが確実に進んでいたのを俺は防衛軍時代からずっと見てきた。ロ連も新ソ連も関係ねえ。浄化事業を守ることは軍人として、そして一人の人間として果たすべき使命なんだ。わかるか？
Okay, so he's back to being an actual soldier now and just not actually idolizing Carter. And The Neo-Soviet Union.
ここが新ソ連の大地だったらなおさらだ。武闘派の男として新ソ連を守るためならいつでも身を捧げるつもりでいた。そいつは今も変わらねえ。
Dimitri's words fire up the soldiers around him. This crude and brutish sergeant is used to having his actions speak for him. He's berated every man here before, and he's also stood at their head to lead them. Everyone here knows that there is a fire burning in his heart, but they never once knew where his anger came from. Perhaps what drove Dimitri to depression wasn't the destruction of his ideals, being rejected by the people around him, or the things left unsaid with his friend that he would never get to resolve. He was deeply unhappy with this world, and yet he loved it dearly. There was no way someone as passionate as him could sit back and watch the world march to destruction without feeling a thing. And naturally, he hated himself for being too insignificant and too weak to do anything about it. But ever since he joined the armed forces and pledged to protect the Neo-Soviet Union, he has never once put down the gun in his hand or in his heart. His words remind the men of the Soviet Corps of the oath they took. Once they swore to join the NSU army to help push forward the purification project, but every time things had not turned out like they had wanted. But even if things do not turn out as planned, as long as they can do what they can for the sake of their oath, it will serve as the kindling for the flames of hope, and the bedrock of which civilization will be rebuilt. This vast land will bear the proof that they have existed. Nobody knows who was the first, but one by one, the troopers straighten up, solemn looks on their faces, before looking toward Dimitri and saluting him.
この判断は合理性に欠けるわ。ブルースフィア愚かマグニセキュリティ単体が相手でも今の調査隊には勝ち目がない。
And Kluka is always in survival mode. Granted, she doesn't understand people just throwing their lives away like that. I get it. Even rational people don't like that idea. But in this case, what else can they do? What else can they do? Was Kluka not programmed with a difference between tactical and strategic victory? She probably knows the difference. She just doesn't like that idea. But then again, this could just be her personality in general.
404が戦闘を引き受けた方がまだ勝算はある。あんたたちが残ったところで無駄死にするだけよ。
Right, she doesn't like their lives being thrown away. She wants to. I guess somewhere deep in that neural cloud of hers, she doesn't really like needless sacrifices. So yeah, she still doesn't understand how humans work. I don't think most people know how people even work anyway. So she's just representative of that.
だから言っただろう。理屈が全てじゃねえ。
For humans, victory doesn't abide by the definitions you have in your head. Yeah. I think okay, there's a couple of ways you can look at this. At least a couple of ways I think is happening around here. Yes, there is strategic victory and there is what did you say? Strategic victory and tactical victory. However, I think there's two different things happening here on top of that. Dimitri is so hell-bent on proving like the human basically spirit, I guess, how humans think versus how dolls think. He's still kind of stuck in this thing where dolls are just kind of driven by their programming, and based on their programming this is how they'll act and stuff. He's not entirely wrong. On the other hand, he wants to believe people can, can decide for themselves how they live their lives, even if it means them dying, as long as it propagates a victory of some sort, whether it be an idea or, as you say, strategic or tactical. 416 doesn't like that. 416 doesn't like people dying if they don't absolutely have to. And she still is trying to figure out a way out of this. But that's her being, I guess, a doll. but also shows a little bit of humanity in her. Keep in mind, just because they're dolls, the way I feel like Girls Frontline is in general, it kind of makes some dolls look a bit more human than other people. Not saying that's necessarily the case here, it's just two different ideas clashing. Neither of them are entirely wrong, but both of them have something they want to prove. In this case, Dimitri really just wants to prove humans will do anything to pull off a victory, even if it means sacrificing themselves. That's why I'm thinking is happening here. Loki, Dimitri wants to prove that humans are still not worthless in front of Klukai. Yeah. In summing all that up, I think that's basically what it is in this case. I know you could definitely write something up about this if you really want to break it down, but I'll just take it as face value at this point. It is an interesting thing to think about on a different level. But yeah.
勝利とはなんだ。俺たちにとっちゃチップを持ち帰れば勝ちだ。ついでに奴らの汚いケツを叩けるならなおいい。
Still, the goal is getting the chip out. Right.
もう一度言うわ。その作戦だと404が証拠品を持って離脱できる可能性は 24% にも満たない。そして調査隊が全滅する確率は 100% よ。
And never tell someone the odds. Never tell someone the odds.
数字は嘘をつかない。今から作戦を修正しても間に合うわ。
Also, where the heck do you get 24% from? Where is 24% even coming from? I would like to know.
ほう。今度は数字ときた。さては俺がアホだと思ってるな。
何の話？
Klugai's tone is a little stiff, but the look in her eyes says she isn't going to back down.
白を切るつもりか？なら言ってみろ。404がしんがりを務めて、俺たちがチップを持ち出せる確率はいくつだ？
Okay, 416, run the simulation. What is it gonna be? Sources, she's making it up? Kind of, sort of.
せいぜい 5% あるかないかだろ。なあ、そうだ。残ったら全滅だ。だがそれがどうした？命の使い方は俺たちが決める。機械ごときが口出しすんじゃねえ。正面をお前らに任せたところでバカ正直に突っ込むのがオチだろ。こういう時は戦術ってものが必要だ。わかるか？
Wow, for being T-dolls, they're not very tactical, are they? Or at least in this case, 416 is not being very tactical. Again, I would like to point out, I would like to point out that 416 is not as good as a leader as 45. She just isn't. She just isn't. She's got the firepower. She can do things in a fight, but leader, she is not. Even though she technically is one, she is not.
最も適した策略を取るわ。その点はご心配なく。
最も適した策略だ？マグニにも人形はいるぞ。お前の弾き出した演算結果は奴とどう違う？お前らでも思いつくような作戦だったら向こうも思いつくに決まってんだろ。そうなれ後手に回るのはこっちだ。
45 stopped being a leader because she was too willing to let other people die for the mission, something 416 never agreed to. Okay, that part I wasn't aware of. I do know she likes... I do remember she is a little bit more ruthless than 416 ever was, and is. But I don't remember that much detail from the first game. I will admit that much though. It's just different styles. Different styles.
あんたたち、人間の不確定要素に頼りすぎなのよ。実際。
After seeing Klukai wants to press the point, Dimitri clicks his tongue in annoyance.
キリがねえな。 機械なら機械らしくグダグダ言ってねえで働けってんだ。
What is the point of arguing about it? 416, what is the point of arguing about it? Why are you arguing about it?
それに依頼人は俺たちだ。404はおとなしく命令を聞くだけだ。忘れたのか。
He's got a point. They are the clients. You're supposed to do what the client says.
ガラクタか。
Dimitri's tone is as unyielding as ever, and his expression shows no sign of softening. He quickly rips off the battery from his suit and throws it into the backpack. The remaining troopers follow him without the slightest bit of hesitation. Now, all the lights on the Survey Corps' protective suits have gone out.
わからない。人形は破壊されても記憶を一部失うだけ。人間は死んだらそれで終わりなのよ。
Being used as a sacrifice is also a bit traumatic event for her during her time in State Sec. That I did not know. Also, hello.
だからこそ人間は本能に従って自分の安全を最優先にする。でもあんたたちはまるで逆じゃない。
Yeah, apparently you don't know about that side, huh?
私には理解できないわ。
わかったわかった。もういい、黙れ。時間の無駄だ。ならこいつは命令だ命令。
わからないって言ったでしょ。
Why? Okay, why are you arguing about this? Why are you arguing about this? Just do it. Otherwise, everyone else dies, including you guys.
だけどあんたたちの意志は尊重するわ。
Thank you. Can we move on now?
ディミトリー総長。
なんだ、いきなりかしこまりやがって。君が悪いぜ。
Being formal, right? As he looks at the solemn expression on Klukai's face, Dimitri realizes what she means. Perhaps humans and dolls will never be able to think the same way and reach the same conclusions, but at the very least, they can have the same goals.
柄にもねえこと。
Although he still looks like he can't be bothered with any of this, Dimitri holds his hand out to Klukai. Oh. One last handshake? Of what? Respect?
もう一度だけ繰り返す。耳の穴かっぽちってよーく聞け。
Can see why some people are not fond of Klukai in this event. I mean, okay, here's the thing. Even if you don't know anything about her background, I feel like it's more like... Geez, I'm trying to find a way to reason through this. But I think all it really comes down to is... just have a person with the same personality as Klukai. Forget that she's even a doll, and you'll get more or less the same result. That's really all I can think about here. And I can see, and whoever's in that position will not be looked upon unkindly, because they've made their choice. What else do you want? Are you gonna try to save everyone? You can't. Not in this situation, anyway. So just get on with it and get it done.
我々はロクサット主義合衆国連盟汚染区域整備と再建推進所新ソ連大区環境浄化事業所属第7環境調査隊3762小隊
Holy crap, that entire thing is too long.
回収した証拠品を持ってこの行動から汚染エリアから離脱しろ。いいな。
承知しました。証拠品は我々が責任を持ってロクサット主義合衆国連盟の信用に値する人物へと引き渡します。
They solemnly shake hands, and then Dimitri's face cracks into a smile.
機械なら機械らしく最初からこうしろってんだ。畜生めが機械と手を組むのはこれっきりだ。
Probably a good idea, because you're gonna get someone like her, and she's so hard to work with.
気が変わらねえうちにさっさと行け。
ご分を。
They've argued every step of the way here, but before bidding each other farewell, they finally shake hands and make peace with each other. The proximity alarms High 404 left in the mine entrances begin to go off 20 minutes after they leave. The final battle is at hand. And that was just a story, and now we're in for the 4 fights in a row. And we just kind of go into it. Of course. Reconnaissance complete. Regional information has been consolidated. Transmitting. Receiving data. Echelon deployment complete. They can probably hold on for a little longer. Let's go, Mekti. Don't die, okay? She's saying don't die to a bunch of robots. That's interesting. Let's see. Oh crap, what's going on over here? That is an interesting little hole there. How do we do this? Okay. Let's see. What's the best way to go about this? I think we swap these two. You go over here. I think I want to end over here. First things first. Let's drive up this way. Don't die. I feel like Dimitri's speech got into her. Probably a little bit. Yeah, vroom vroom. The question is where to vroom. It's a good thing we don't really care about damage here, but where do I vroom? Maybe let's vroom this way? Oh hey, it'll work! There's one alive. We can take care of that one though. There we go. Here's the cleanup crew. Moment was so peak it made Mekti woke. You mean it woke her up? Nice. There's a short burst of static followed by Dimitri's annoyed voice.
Andoris, 外付け装備の準備。ミスティは電源の接続を。はい、来るかい隊長。
Hey, the backup battery has enough juice now.
ミスティ、お願いね。
早く終わらせちゃえば。ほんの少しだけ。
Magdi hesitates for a moment, decides not to finish her sentence. What are you on about?
任務に集中しなさい。美容家は半径100メートル以内に敵がいないか警戒を。マグニセキュリティとの接触は可能な限り回避。万が一遭遇した場合は即座に殲滅するわよ。任せて、お姉ちゃん。
I do kind of wish we could see Plan B Mekti in the story, but so far they haven't had to do that. 4 force members take their positions and the sound of the survey corps exchanging fire with Mangi security comes in over the comms channel. That's it? No. And now there's explosions. Dimitri barks his commands amidst the gunfire, serving as a rallying beacon for his men. His troopers have entrusted their lives to him. Their battle cry and blood are the fuel for their ideals. And I think he's dead. The trooper's voice is drowned out by a torrent of gunfire and he says no more. Reality is as cruel as ever. He's sweating a little bit. I can see him sweating a little bit. Just elites, no Mangi security forces? The battle rages on. The regional channel is filled with the sounds of gunshots, electrical static, and the house of the Elids. There are fewer and fewer responses to Dimitri's voice. Dimitri silently counts up the number of survivors, then grits his teeth and makes up his mind.
ローリング、そっちはどうだ？
今着いたばかりだよ。途中で息袋に出くわした。昭和スポットは起動したと。俺一人になっちまったけどな。
Well, crap.
終わったらできる限り早くそっちに。
And he's about to die. Although he's doing his best to pretend that there's nothing wrong with him, his voice trembles a little. Nobody can be completely unmoved by death.
ああ、そこでしばらく様子を見ろ。正常作動を確認したらまた連絡をくれ。任せた。総員、ポイント F まで撤退。弾薬には気をつけろ。交戦距離を縮めて敵を誘導しろ。
Having received their orders, the soldiers murmur their ascent and begin their final relocation. On 404's side, what is happening
ポ
here?
イント F ってあの見取り図でひときわ目立ってた場所だよね。最初に情報共有した時だから確か
公共トイレ付近の配管室。閉鎖的な空間でトイレの水道とガスパイプが通ってる。
Public baths? They had public baths here?
それってお姉ちゃん、あいつら大丈夫なの？
I think what the plan is, they lure people or whatever it is towards that area, and then at the last moment, boom, everyone dies.
アンドリスの話が正しければパイプに残ったくらいのガスじゃ爆発は起こせないんでしょ？
それは私たちが考えることじゃない。任務に集中しなさい。
Yeah, now's not the time to worry about it.
アンドリス、ミシティ、そっちはどう？
電源接続完了。
Spot
い
treatment.
つでも射撃プログラムをロードできるよ。
すぐに始めて。ロードが完了したら予熱シークエンスを開始。発射1分前に入ったらカウントダウンを。
This gun is so much of a pain to use. I mean, I guess you really only need to use it at certain times. But holy crap, it's so much of a pain to use.
了解。
After giving out orders, Klokai switches to the regional comms frequency.
ディミトリー、発射準備を開始したわ。まだ持ちこたえられる？
当たり前だ。俺たちを誰だと思ってる。総員、ポイント F に突き進み、射撃中止。俺の合図を待て。
The channel briefly goes quiet.
ブルースフィアは？
まだ来てない。だが目撃情報はある。
Oh, they spotted her? Are you sure? Are you sure they spotted her? Oh, that's an Elid. A deafening gunshot blends with an ear-piercing shriek from an Elid.
うるさ。
ディミトリー、何があったの？ディミトリー。
Blue ball spotted. There is no response from the channel for a long time. About 5 minutes later, all noise from the other side slowly fades away.
見つけました。
Oh, there she is. Blue's fierce, cool, calm voice comes in over the regional comms channel.
ビオカ、信号増幅器を壊して、総員、通信を切断。
The transmission's cut off.
やっと終わった。
And then we go to the next battle node.
帰ったら一日寝てもいい？
Well, Blue Sphere is here. How bad could it be? How bad could it actually be? Oh, cutscene!
404との通信が切れた以上、これは用済みですね。連絡員1名をここに残し、他は404の捜索を。調査隊の生存者は見つけ次第射殺。報告は必要ありません。
Oh, we actually do get to see Mangi security forces run around. Yeah, there's
ディミトリー
Larion.
総長、ほとんどの場合、絶対的な戦力差の前ではどんな戦術も無意味です。だからこそ、極めて稀有な事例が伝説となる。
くたばり損ないが。
404はどこです？
知らねえな。人形がどこへ行こうが関係ねえ。
あなた方がおとりで彼女たちにチップを託したことは存じております。時間を稼ごうとしても無駄ですよ。
てめえらには見つからねえさ。居場所を聞くくらいだ。どうせ地形も把握しちゃいねえんだろ。笑えるぜ。ここで散々パラデウスと乳くり合ってたくせによ。その銃がなけりゃ。
Wow, Dimitri looks like he's enjoying himself a
今
little
頃
bit.
全員俺にぶっ殺されてるぜ。
そうですね。しかし私には時間がありません。
Ooh.
残念です。あなたが状況を理解し正しい選択をしていれば彼も死なずに済んだものを。
She's killing them one by one to get some cooperation. Oh wow, they're doing work. What happened there? Okay. I know 416 is supposed to be damaged, but we don't really see the damage on her. That's interesting. Like one of her eyes is supposed to be busted, but she looks perfectly fine in that cutscene. That cutscene too was great. As usual though, I feel like the cutscenes go a little too fast for me to keep up. Like they need to be slowed down just a hair. But as for the comment that Blue Sphere looks skinny, I would also argue that everyone looks skinny. They're a little bit skinnier than their sprites would suggest. I don't know. That's just kind of what it looks like to me. But you can see how expressive Dimitri was there, and I think that was pretty good. Also, Blue Sphere being very calm, I guess. I guess that's just how she usually is. Very calm and calculating. Kind of intimidating if you think about it. Mangi are armed with AK-12. Huh. Either Mika ran out of budget for them or being too lazy to do so. Expressions are great. Yeah. Anyway, let's see if we can clear this out in one turn. Let's see what we got. I forgot to look at the map. Okay. I don't think I'll be able to get the eggs. And I put them in the wrong spot. Well. Okay, move you over here. You know what? That's not the wrong spot. This is a good spot. Let's go. She just had to walk a little bit further, but it worked out at the end. Now, we're gonna have to get these eggs. And then G11 can clean up the last one. I hope. Can you clean up this last one? Can you aim from down there? Yes, you can. Oh. It continues.
無駄な抵抗はやめてください。これが最後の忠告です。手加減はしました。最後の部下はまだ生きています。
I'm surprised they haven't killed Dimitri yet.
今度は彼の心臓を貫きますよ。人間の命はたった一度だけ。生き残ることが何より重要なはずでは。
Is the methane gas increasing in the room?
生きて家に帰りたくないのですか？もう一度伺います。404はどこです？
お前にそれを教えて何のメリットがある？
Man, he looks tired.
あなたとそこにいる最後の部下が助かります。
Ooh, pressure's building.
なら他の仲間は命にとってのか？
条件は？
上位金だ。
いいでしょう。もっと早くそうしていれば他の部下も死なずに済んだのですよ、ディミトリー総長。さあ言いなさい。404はどこです？
40
そろそろ限界のようですね。素直に吐けば
Sneaking.
すぐに治療に当
That's
たらせ
Larian
ましょう。
sneaking up, right?
404はあいつらは
Is he acting? You tried your best. That was pretty good, though. That was pretty good.
いいところに来た。
出せません。
A class. Oh!
諦めが悪いですね。ディミトリー総長。
Oh, did he get? Oh, he got shot clean. But that's why he actually wanted the gas pipes. Nah, you're gonna explode here with everyone else. Wait, what is dog tag supposed to do? Is there a spark? Something sparking?
3
Well. Oh, that's a bigger blockage than I thought. Ah, yep, it is a spark. Salute, everyone. Oh, wow, that is a much bigger explosion than I expected. Holy crap. How did they get out in time? How did they get out in time? Oh, they didn't. They didn't. They were still there. Wow.
外付け装備を破棄。すべての照明を落として、北西方向へ速やかに撤退するわよ。
Why does she even care if Pocket Sand hit her face anyway? I feel like she still needs to rely on her visuals, so if she can't see, there is that. But that's like, yeah, I think the rest of their survey corps is dead. Yep, they're gone. As Persica said, they're just glorified 2.5 gen dolls at best. Someone probably made their eyes sensible on purpose. 3rd gen is overrated. But yeah, I think, can we all agree that they're not actually 3rd gen dolls? They're just not quite 3rd gen dolls with a little bit of tweaking here and there to make them think they're 3rd gen dolls. Probably some improvement over 2nd gen, but you know, the only thing that's holding them back are their egos, which is kind of funny to say about dolls in general. Like, dolls have egos? Yes. They're called your neural cloud, apparently. Well. So, Dimitri and company are dead, most likely. That's a pretty big explosion. And 404 is out. Right. Larian is hella strong to be able to hold her back by holding onto her leg. That is kind of surprising, though. I don't know how much force he would have had to do to, like, grab onto her leg to keep her pinned. But the goal was to keep her pinned so that she would also explode there. Are 3rd gen dolls supposed to be all powerful units, though? Ro is like a 3rd gen doll. She's not that strong. 3rd gen is all about blank neural cloud, isn't it? I actually don't know what the difference is between a 2nd gen doll and a 3rd gen doll. I really don't know. If someone can explain that, that would be great. The only thing I know about Ro compared to other dolls is that she's really good at hacking. But that's really all she's good at. Like, her actual fighting power is probably average at best. But hacking, she can do that pretty darn easily. Better Wi-Fi and LTE technology. That. You think they also have the can they also run Doom? Do you think dolls can run Doom on their neural clouds? Because that would be the one thing that every doll should be able to do. Don't 3rd gen dolls have the alternate combat form? I actually don't know. I think that was just Dart Tour. I don't know about Sextants, but that was just Dart Tour as far as I'm concerned. Computing speed is the biggest difference, right, which is very useful as far as hacking is concerned. Ro does have an alternate form. You're not talking about Banana, right? Because she doesn't want to be reminded of that. Doubt it, they probably can't run Crisis on max setting. Oof. As far as alternate forms concerned, I actually don't know. I thought that was just a Dart Tour thing, which is kind of funny. But if anyone can confirm a Ro alternate form that is not Banana, I would like to look into it. And if it has anything to do with future spoilers in CN, don't even talk about that. Don't talk about that. That there's a ban on this channel until it actually comes around here. Anyway. Just Banana. Just Banana. I mean, technically speaking, okay, Sangvis dolls are... What do you call it? Sangvis dolls are technically not 3rd gen dolls. I don't even know what gen they're even supposed to be considered. But there is one doll there that has had multiple forms. By the name of Destroyer. She became a giant Diner Gate. And she became, I guess, also an Onesan version eventually. I don't know if she ever went back to normal. Because she went Gaia and she also went Giant Diner Gate. That's really all I know. But that's only because they had to keep transferring her body. So that's not exactly another form, though. Sangvis clears this Gen 3 dolls. I want to see a ringleader. Like, seriously, where are the ringleaders? What are they doing these days? They can't just be like deactivated or in the run all the time, right? They gotta be somewhere. Alt form might just be a manufacturer specific. I would think so. I would think so. Because technically speaking, not an alt form. In NeuroCloud, you do get a doll at the start of the game. That can summon a giant mech. But then again, I think said giant mech is something she made herself. So never mind about that. Ignore what I just said. Ditch gun, observe light, discipline, fall back at top speed. Okay. We're just getting out of here. And how are they lugging that gigantic gun along while they're running? I would like to know this. Focus on the mission, G11. They're also dead, probably. Ruka glances back at the mine entrance. It is spewing flames and belching smoke like an actual smoke signal, sending a warning of danger into the distance. As she watches a plume of smoke rise into the sky, Kluka's gaze hardens. She knows what happened. They're all dead. High 404 runs through the night as explosions go off non-stop behind them. Like, I don't know what G11 wanted to do by going back and letting them know that there's a way out. Did you not see that giant explosion? Holy crap, I wasn't expecting that big of an explosion. Andoris is specifically there as a giant CPU chip and extra luggage. She is a mule in the nicest terms possible. They keep it in the Red Bull fridge. How? Is that thing collapsible? How? I mean, even if you weren't lugging around the gigantic gun, you still also have to lug around the Red Bull fridge, which is not that big. I think it's probably as big as a generator. Maybe a little bit bigger than a generator. Still, the gun is gigantic. You saw the cutscenes. It's huge. They move quickly, avoiding elite attacks as best they can, but this sustained high output movement is rapidly draining what little of their charge remains. Oh, now we talk about the batteries.
隊長、20分以内に補給しないとペースを落とすしかなくなるよ。
分かったわ。現在の速度を保ったまま前進。
この方向で本当に合ってるの?
So even these four are kind of on their last legs as far as their batteries are concerned. I'm surprised we haven't really mentioned it that much until now. I guess it was kind of sort of mentioned a little bit before, but now it's dire.
位置情報がないとどこに向かってるのか分かりゃしない。
星座を見れば大まかな方角はわかるよ。嵐がよく吹くからホワイトエリアやグリーンエリアよりもはっきり星空が見えるしね。
Oh wow,
今のところ
Andoris.
臨時拠点の方角と大体合ってるかな。
Andorispedia using that Wikipedia knowledge to use star charts for navigation. Never thought it would come in handy here.
補給できる場所があるかはわからないけど。
That said, pinpointing the location of the supply cache we encounter along the way is going to be quite difficult. I see.
けどってそれ一番最悪じゃん。本当にちゃんと証拠品を持ち帰れるかな。考えただけで頭が痛い。
Reading stars did come in handy during camping, really? Good to know. I haven't actually tried doing it myself before. I never learned it. But, would be interesting. Also, isn't this right about the time, maybe a little bit before this, where either Leva or Lena contacted the Elmo and said, hey, 404 needs help right now, and I guess we're on the way, but we're not quite there yet. G11 is such a weird gun, like my only response to seeing it is what? Yes. A gun that literally works like a clock, and it's great. Celestial Nav is still used even today in automated form, whereas GPS is degraded. I hear that, what do you call this? I do hear that sailors and boats in general still use celestial navigation whenever possible. Or at least, yeah, at least in general they still use it. Or even if you're not on a boat with GPS, you would still probably need to know how to do it a little bit so that you're not lost out in sea if the GPS does fail. I feel like that's a requirement. G11 is what happens when the US government gives Germans unlimited budget to make a gun. Is that really what happens? Some cruise missiles have star trackers? Really? That's interesting. Can we really take those soldiers' stuff with us?
あれ？ミシティがすぐに諦めないなんて珍しいのね。
I mean, the situation is kind of dire. Giving up is not an option right now.
あんなこと言われちゃね。命がけで託されたんだし。アニメにも似たようなシーンがあったよ。よくわかんないけど、人間の基準で言えばあの人たち立派な軍人ってやつだったんだよね。
Yeah, the heroic sacrifice does happen a lot of times in anime and not anime. You're not wrong.
だから試してみたいんだ。自分もアニメのキャラみたいに託された使命を果たしてみたい。
Oh, that's cute!
それって超かっこいいじゃん。
It would be super cool, but also try not to die. Try not to die. It's not as cool if you die along the way while someone did their heroic sacrifice, right?
そんなのどうだっていいわよ。だけど。
Belka glanced at Klukai, who's running at their head.
たとえここでスクラップになったとしても、最後までお姉ちゃんの役に立ってみせるから。
みんなやる気だね。
That's what happened. The weapons. Oh, the U.S. did give the Germans unlimited budget. Interesting. To replace the M16 back in the day, 4 different companies competed in the program. G11 was one of them. Huh. Max needs to drop her anime list right now. I would like to see what anime she watches. She seems to watch a lot more isekai though, which a lot of isekai is trash tier. Sorry, that's just the truth. God's strongest soldier gets the hardest EPs. Other highlights include ammo with 2 bullets per casing. You think she enjoys JoJo? I don't know if JoJo's her thing, to be honest, but she might. She might. I know the type of person who enjoys JoJo more would probably be Perry, aka MP5. You can see the manga she reads in the dorms. We can take a look at it later. It does make me wonder what manga she might have there.
やる気があってもバッテリーがないよ。今残ってる電力じゃ4人で帰れるかどうかも怪しいし。はあ、魔法が本当にあったらいいのにな。呪文一つで補給所が現れたりとかさ。
Man, remember when supply points used to be so plentiful in the first game? Maybe they weren't that plentiful, but at least you can probably go back to some of the into some of the drop points and then resupply. Though if you do that, you're raiding tanks, so you probably don't want to do that too often. Let's see.
あるかもしれないわね、そんな魔法。
Wait, hold up. Speaking of which, I wonder if we get fairies eventually.
え？
補給所見つけたわよ。
Hey, supply point found. Nice. Cool guy gesture signaling for the three of them to stop.
あれはマグニセキュリティ？
Wait, Mangi? What?
あいつら岩塩港にいるはずじゃ。
大方、見張りと連絡のために配置された部隊ね。
Ah, ambush them and then get their supplies. Got it.
私たちが脱出したことはまだ知らないみたい。岩塩港から一定範囲内に検問を設置したんだわ。
ちょっと待って、まさか補給所って。ダメダメ、そんなのダメだよ。
待ってるだけじゃチャンスは来ない。人数も多くないし、勝算は十分ある。404、戦闘準備。敵戦闘員を殲滅し、作戦物資を略奪。
Well, they need it right now. May as well. Holy crap, that's a little bit more than I expected. Nothing a little vroom couldn't fix, but that's more than I expected. Okay, we do have an elite striker captain over here, but hopefully because we're over leveled that shouldn't be an issue. But we're also not in the best position to do this. Okay, what's the best way to do this?
おじけついたの？
My idea is to vroom up here and then vroom downwards. I don't know if that's gonna work, but we can try. Will it even reach is the question. It will not reach. Okay, what if we go up here instead? This'll work. Okay, we're not gonna be able to get all of them, but we can get most of them. I say good enough as long as we can get this group back here. Alright, now how do we handle this guy? Let's see, can I propel this? I can propel it forward, but not the other way. Crap. Okay, so this guy's gonna live. These two are gonna go bye-bye. Okay. While the battle rages on, Klukai looks around from where she's hiding behind cover and sets her sight on a jeep that's guarded by only one trooper.
10時方向のマグニセキュリティ車両を強奪するわ。ビオカ、ミスティ、その場で敵の注意を引いて。アンドレスは私と一緒に車内の敵を制圧。
はい、クルカイ隊長。
気をつけてね、お姉ちゃん。早くしてね。こっちも長くは持たないから。
行動開始。
When Andoris comes out, I hope her ult's just using her big gun to blast some random Elid. I don't. Well, what? I think we have. I think we already have info on what her ult's gonna be, but I don't think it's a big gun, sadly. I wish that was the case too, though. As Kulkai gives the orders, 4-4's dolls split up and deploy. The isolated Mangi security troopers are caught completely off guard by the sudden ambush and panic. Some of the men on the outer perimeter try to drive away, including the man Kulkai marked earlier. Andoris opens fire to intercept him. Meanwhile, Kulkai uses this opportunity to reach the vehicle. She really said die. Kulkai coldly opens fire. Her bullet pierces the vehicle's windshield, and the driver is hit. He loses control of the vehicle, which comes barreling towards Kulkai. Kulkai seizes the opportunity and leaps on top of the vehicle before slipping into the cabin through the side window. She opens the door and throws the stunned driver out. Then she takes his place, steps on the gas, and turns the steering wheel around, sending the jeep toward the other 3 dolls. After hearing Kulkai's command, the others climb into the jeep. Kulkai glances at the vehicle's GPS and quickly figures out their current location. She drives around toward 4-4's temporary base, chased by the sound of Mangi security gunfire. Big escape. I do wonder if we'll get like some fight later in the story where it's actually a bit of a challenge, because everything's too easy. But then again, you didn't really come here for only for the gameplay, I feel like. But it would still be nice to like flex the doll's skills on something stronger. After evading pursuit from Mangi security, 4-4 organizes the various supplies inside the Mangi security jeep before topping themselves off at their own discretion. Ranking maps when. It's called Gunsmoke. At least their batteries are topped off, and maybe even their ammo. So that's good.
適当なわけないでしょ。乗車人数は他より少ないけど、轍の深さは同じだった。つまり、その分荷物を積んでるってこと。さすがお姉ちゃん。
Small theater? I can see that.
補給が済んだら降りて。マグニに追跡されると厄介だから、ここで乗り捨てるわよ。発信機がついてないとも限らない。
ダウンロードした環境情報と静的マップを照合したけど、この辺に放棄された集落があるね。みんな暗視機能は損傷してるし、コーラップスストームも近いから、あそこで避難するのはどう？
そうしましょう。
They climb down from the vehicle, then begin heading in the direction Andoris indicated, toward the abandoned settlement. The abandoned settlement that looks like every other abandoned settlement, or very decrepit settlement. Fortunately, 404 manages to reach the abandoned settlement before the collapse storm hits.
各自休憩。電力節約のために美容家とアンドリスは交代で暗視機能を使って。照明は全て落とすのよ。出ないと位置がバレかねない。
はい、隊長。
After that, the ruins are plunged into darkness. Kulkai takes her terminal out again. She doesn't expect the signal to come back on or for him to reply. Instead, she just stares at the long list of messages reading, "Where are you?" And it seems to grant her a small measure of peace.
あの連中と一緒だった頃は毎晩明るい中でバカ騒ぎしてたのに慣れないわね。もともと人形に照明なんていらないけどね。私と来る会も暗視機能が壊れてなければ明かりなんてつけたことなかったよ。
Magti leans against a nearby wall.
なんだか寝つけないや。
Wow, you can't sleep? That's pretty serious for the EP one. Is that the song that they were singing? As Andoris polishes her gun, she begins unconsciously humming the soldier's song. It is.
アンドリス、その歌はやめて。今聞くとなんかおかしくなりそう。
あ、ごめん、つい。
They're all feeling a little bit sad about all them. Interesting. Unlike how the other 3 dolls are showing signs of relaxing, Kluka has calmed herself down and her expression is cold as she silently regards the box which the soldiers gave her.
この任務必ず成功させるわ。
The rope binding the box has come a little loose. Oh, sorry, something dropped. Kluka carefully undoes it and prepares to tie it back up again.
隊長、8時方向に高熱源反応。
Heat signature?
全員遮蔽物に隠れて。
More Mangi security forces? Yep. Before Kluka can finish speaking, she hears the sound of bullets ripping through the air from behind and to her left. Since she can't see, she is forced to quickly duck on pure instinct. Although she avoids being directly and fatally hit, the high-energy particle flux around the shots ruthlessly melts through her right elbow. Oh. And her forearm flies free, along with the case. Okay, so she's disarmed right now. I hope she's also left-handed.
しまった、ミスティ。
Magdi, who's nearby, leaps out and grabs the box. Inertia sends her rolling across the ground, but the box, clutched tightly to her chest, is safe.
危なかった。ミスティ、後ろ。
Oh gee, she's getting bombarded. Magdi doesn't even get the chance to look back before a shockwave slams her into a nearby wall. The ruined wall collapses and Magdi is pinned under part of it, unable to get free.
あなたは。
ブルースフィア。
Oh. Oh. You look a little different than we saw you last time. Did you change your hair? It seems like she grew extra arms and I think your thighs got a little bit bigger. Yeah. You look different. You would not? Would? Would question mark? Her breasts are very prominent. I'm gonna have to give her that, but everything about her is kind of scary. If she wasn't trying to kill me, I would probably say would. But right now she's trying to kill me, so would not. Hear me out? I mean, if you like the danger factor, sure, go for it. Breaking news, Creepy Doll has filed a lawsuit against Bielot Boss for copyright infringement. I feel like Creepy Doll is creepy because of how she moves and reacts. Bielot Balls on the other hand is just, I don't know, how do we describe this? I feel like we need to get a bigger picture of her, but she's not messing around. Let's just say she's not messing around. How did this even happen? It didn't seem like it could grow extra limbs or make them bigger.
徒歩で追跡して不意打ちだなんて案外頭が回るのね。
これ以上の失敗は許されません。
What is Narcissus? Who is Narcissus? I don't know what Narcissus is. No further mistakes can be allowed. Well, Dark Tour is different. She literally summons a mech. But this is different. She just kind of grew in weird ways. I guess kind of sort of, if I'm thinking about it. Isn't this kind of sort of like Sextance? Maybe she's infused with some Boojum cells and that's why she can grow like this, because it doesn't make sense otherwise. And Sextans is essentially immortal. But I don't think she can do this per se. So I'm assuming these dolls that Mangi Security / Paradeus have little quirks like this. Dartor can summon a mech. Sextans can turn in. Can't basically be killed. And Blue Balls over here basically turns into a Elid, I guess. A sort of Elid anyway. Narcissus as in the Naito? Oh, okay. I don't remember that name, sorry. Explosion messed up her second form? Yeah, that's what it looks like. That's what it looks like. Dang, really? Did we have to zoom in to her crotch like that? Like, I'm pretty sure she doesn't even have a womb force installed. What's even the point? She stands in the middle of the encirclement and she is truly a gruesome sight. Much of her synthetic skin has peeled off, exposing engorged muscle fiber. Engorged muscle fiber bundles that bear scorch marks. Oh wow, multiple thighs even. No, multiple legs even. Parts of the jet black metallic endoskeleton are twisted at bizarre angles, supporting her still vaguely human-shaped torso. But you have multiple arms. How do you explain that? From their configuration, her limbs can no longer be described as arms or legs. They are entwined together in a state that alternates between stiff and twisted. Their ends split into what looks like bestial or human hands. Flukai knows that this is definitely not normal, but she cannot work backward from Blue Sphere's current state to figure out what she might have looked like before this. She looks like a patchwork of hastily cobbled together repairs, but close analysis reveals that the welding points between each segment of her body are very regular, as though this was how they were meant to be. So this is how she's meant to be? How do we explain the blue sphere that we saw before? Because I'm guessing, right, she never saw that version. How the heck do you compact that this into that blue sphere? This creature looks especially gruesome against the backdrop of the night and the storm, as though she has abdicated her place as a doll. Only her emotionless face allows her to be identified at all. Okay, so she's basically Dio. She rejects her not humanity, her dollness to be this, whatever this is.
変わった趣味してるじゃない。こんなに早く追いついてくるなんて、ずいぶん必死なのね。
Okay, so that's what she looks like in full. What the heck is this up here? This little blue thing that's coming up from the side? The gun is no longer a pistol. It looks like something else. It looks bigger than a pistol. This is Robogore? Oh, no, wait. I see the Robogore. The Robogore that is missing arm from 416. I see. A Hoge on the gun. That's hilarious. But yeah, this is just basically as like a spider. Cybernetic gore that scared me most so far is Twitcher from Dead Space. Huh. But no, this is pretty interesting. You can actually see the metal parts. This is to remind people, yes, they are dolls, they are android, and they're not human. But if I want, okay, yeah, no, I'm gonna leave that thought aside. I'm gonna leave that thought aside.
あの調査隊には手こずらされました。しかし、今のあなた方にはこの場を切り抜けることなど不可能です。
Imagine if they put fluid there on Klukai's arm, like as if she was bleeding. I kind of I kind of assumed there would be some fluid there, but I guess they didn't want to do that here. Like to make it too disgusting. But I think it would be so cool though. Machine oil, yeah, it would be machine oil.
なら試してみたら。
お姉ちゃんを傷つけたら絶対に許さないんだから。
Man, remember how older anime used to like have androids spill blood all the time when they get shot or cut or break an arm? We need to kind of bring that back, as gruesome as it was and as nonsensical as it was back in the day. I don't know if they still do that though, but then again, we hardly do gritty anime like that these days anyway. Kinda sad. Kinda sad. Belka and Andoris point their guns at Blue Sphere, while Mekti struggles from where she's buried under the rubble. However, Blue Sphere pays no heed to her.
チップを渡しなさい。そうすれば、あなた方の任務は終了します。
あんたを廃品工場にぶち込まない限り、この任務は終わらないわ。
Send you to the recycling plant? Nah, do a little bit better than that. Not the recycling plant. Send her to the compactor. That's where she belongs.
総員、戦闘準備。
Oh, we going boss fight now? Ooh, that looks awesome, actually. Also, that gun grew. Holy crap, hold up. Can I get a close-up on you? Can we get a close-up on you from here? I wanna see this. I wanna see this up close. It's very hard to do this. Dang, that is an arch on her back right there. Holy crap. How many legs is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And they're kind of a mesh between arms and legs. What is even going on? She has like one arm that's like split into two. And then the gun arm is just one gigantic arm fused to a gun. Yeah. Yeah, I got spoiled a little bit by the by doing the supply mission. I didn't take a look at her intro, but knowing that she looked like this, yeah. But I didn't take a close look until now, so that's a little different. She's got a lot of arms though. Holy crap, she's even got arms back here. I'm not exactly sure what's going on there. And I think this thing that's sticking out from the metal down here is another arm waiting to be, but never actually became an arm. So I still gotta say the arch on her back is interesting because it's very arched. What does her back look like now that I think about it? Guys, I don't think she has a butt. If she has a butt, it's very hard to see. Okay, I kind of see a little bit of an ass crack. It's kind of there if you look hard enough. Do you see it? Do you see it, that white triangle where the limbs connect? It's kind of there. It's kind of there. I just wanted to know if it existed, okay? That's all I mean by it. That's all I mean by that. Okay, we'll just use the two of them. Ooh. Ooh. Holy crap. The boobs look less sexy here. What the heck? That is a very interesting intro. What does it say? Creates tiles with varying effects. Unable to control effects like stun. Unaffected by stun, taunt, command, prohibited, or frigid. Okay, so you can't block her down. Makes sense for a boss. Cannot take cover due to its large size. I see that. Jiggle mixed with the design is scare roused. A little bit scare roused, isn't it? Okay, well, I mean, I know there's gonna be, we're gonna be like getting, like killing her very, very quickly because this. Wow, even the bike's not enough. Okay, here's how we're gonna do it. Red Bull time? So we can't one-shot her, but we will two-turn her. So let's two-turn her. I want a harder version of this boss. Because I want to see the mechanics. Wait, what? That's it? I got her low enough? Ooh, leg. Her leg's like hanging there barely. Oh, gas. How is everyone else mostly intact while she's not? Ooh, there goes the leg. Leg gone, arm gone, and then she's going out to G11. I see. Protect the people! Come on! Over her dead bot. Oof. Where okay, 416 is right there.
あんたみたいな出来損ないとは違うのよ。私たちは。
Oof. Oh, that's point blank. Wait, what's that flare? What is that flare? Is that the Elmo? Elmo people? Oh, come on! How did ramming into her actually work? How did that actually work? It's hilarious though. Vepley! And everyone else. Wait, Dartor? Dartor's here too? What?
第二形態破損形態変化
Oh wait, oh sorry. No, sorry, Sexton, sorry, not Dartur. I got them mixed up. How did I get them mixed up? Wait, you did not look like this in the cutscene. You had your other outfit. Why are you here?
つまり第二形態に移れないほどのダメージを負ったということ。
肯定
Okay. So, Dartor is a second form, Blue Sphere is a second form. How about you, Sextons? Do you have a second form too that we're not aware about? The doll calls Sextons Naz and coldly regards her former comrade.
警戒態勢を維持。
Yeah, the commander is the new master, but I wasn't sure why she had to come here. That's what I meant. Why is she here? In this place. I thought she would still be in the Elmo. Sextons has a tracker versus the Mangi to pinpoint them. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense then.
ベプリー、ケロリック、404を起動基地に早く。
It is kind of funny though that we decided, hey Vepley, go help them out. Why Vepley? Why Vepley? And where's Nemesis?
了解。
Blue Sphere is sprawled in front of the two of them. She raises her head and tries to make out the information her visual modules are relaying to her.
セクスタンス。
Oh, that's kind of creepy. That's kind of creepy. Oh wait, hold on. That's kind of creepy. Holy crap! This sprite goes is actually pretty nice. Her booba is saggy. They've always been saggy. Didn't you see the cutscene? Vepley has been stated to be unnaturally strong. Is she really that strong? People keep saying that, but is she really? Dang, this is... I think what sells this for me is her eyes. Her eyes are basically... Maybe her eyes aren't always like this, but her eyes are like... staring right at you. That's it. That's it. Also, she got abs. Do you see this? She's got abs.
故障を確認。あなたは
You don't recognize her. Blue Sphere, I think your voice module is a little bit damaged.
対象の識別不能。
もういい。セクスタンス、ペプリーを手伝って。
Wow. The cold, unfamiliar gaze lingers over Blue Sphere for a moment longer, and then Sexton shakes her head, paying no further attention to the shocked Blue Sphere. She heads over to Vepley to help her and Krolik move forward for his frames. As she watches the dolls before them, Klukai snorts coldly. She had expected this much, but she's also a little disappointed. After all, he's not here. When she was facing off against Blue Sphere and at the end of her rope, she saw a set of blinking signals. Morse code for "Where are you?" Oh, that's what the flare was about. Hearing Vepley's voice in this cutscene just feels so jarring. It just feels so jarring to the point like, is this actually a serious situation, or are we back to comedy for a little bit? Honestly, be a lot balls V2 at this point, just creepy doll with RTX on. I can see that. I can see that. At long last, the countless messages she had sent over all these years had finally been answered. I'm here. Although she was out of rounds, although she knew this was merely a signal to coordinate with her, at the most critical juncture, Klukai used the muzzle flash from her gun to respond to the signal, because she knew that once the smoke cleared, everything would be fine, just like now.
リーバーの言ってた増援ってあんたたちだったのね。こんな頼りない援軍を送るなんていい度胸してるわ。
Well, sorry, they were kind of far. Like, really far. You should be impressed that we even got here so soon. At least Vepley didn't burst out singing for a new audience. Yeah.
ごめんなさい。あなたたちの位置を特定するのに手間取っていたの。
Klukai does not accept Groza's apology. She puts on a strong front as she turns away to survey her surroundings. Just then, that familiar voice finally comes through Groza's terminal.
久々に手を組むってのに釣れないな、416。
来るかいです。
Wow, she's blushing. All she can say is, it's Klukai now, not 416. Oh, come on. Come on. After hearing her stubborn, proud voice, I sigh in relief. I have a lot to say, but I have no idea where to begin. The feelings between Klukai and me are like a recently undammed river, swelling yet still a little stagnant. As this mix of emotions washes over me, I reply with the crappiest line imaginable. Oh, hit me with that crappy line. What is it?
来るかい。それが今の君の中。
Oh, come on. That's not a crappy line. That is understandable, but probably not the one she wants to hear right now.
じゃあ改めて久しぶりだな、来るかい。
This isn't a very long time for dolls, but it seems to have caught Klukai off guard. Katak, katak, katak. Oh, is Blue Sphere still up? Is Brialot Ball still up? Blue Sphere doesn't bother waiting for them to finish their introductions as she begins emitting strange noises which draw everyone's attention.
任務は完遂します。
次回プログラムの起動を検知。
Oh, that's not good. We probably should get out of here.
次回どういうこと？
ク 来るか。その名前覚えておきましょう。
You think you'll remember that once you're restored? I'm pretty sure you haven't backed up in a while. With that, Blue Sphere closes her eyes. A blinding white light begins shining from the missing parts of her body. Guys, I think we should get out of here.
次回コーラップスクリスタル全撃反応促進起動カウントダウン開始20 10
Wait, hold up. 20 seconds? That's not enough.
クリスタル促進まずい。何が起こってるの？
Run, now.
このエリアには大量のコーラプスクリスタルが埋められてる。その全部が粒子を放出すればここはたちまちレッドエリアになるわ。
Okay, so running's not gonna help. How about we kill her again?
こいつ触媒装置のスイッチを自分の素体プログラムと紐付けたのよ。
Gross opens fire and bullets rain down on the ruins of Blue Sphere's body. But the program shows no sign of stopping. Holy crap, I can't talk right now.
キャロリック、素体の中枢を破壊して。よし来た。
もっと優しく。いてててて。
What's happening to you? Where's the anti-material girls when you need them, right? Prolik, who has already made it to the side of the jeep, dumps Mekti onto Sexton, who is already carrying Belka, and then charges toward Blue Sphere while swinging her blade. However, the edge grinds to a halt after making contact with Blue Sphere's skull. Okay, sword's not very strong, apparently.
切れない。こいつ何でできてるの？
Actually, Mangi said it would turn into a black zone. Did they? Oh, wow. Okay, so not a red zone.
10 9
Cut her head off! Blue Sphere's countdown is still going.
全員撃て！
The bullets throw up clouds of dust, but Blue Sphere's self-destruct countdown continues how do you say this? Inexorably. Inexorably? How do you say this?
3 2
Well, we're kinda screwed.
間に合わない。
Oh! Oh! That is too bright! That is too bright! Beep 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 beep. There is a blinding flare of light and the sound of an alarm. And then Blue's torso spews a shower of sparks before completely going dead. Oh hey, what happened? Everything is silent and there's no change in the surroundings.
どうなってんの？何も起こらないじゃない。キャロリック、来る会を連れて総員退避。レプリーは運転を。放射線量を測定して。
Okay, so the only thing I could get from that is nothing shot at her, nothing cut at her. She just kind of malfunctioned, which is probably the next best thing.
ベプリーにお任せ。
Holy crap, Vepli's so short.
ああ、
Is that deer? Another familiar voice comes from Groza's comm terminal.
デール。
Dale? Is that how you say it?
デール。
Dale? I can't say it.
デール。
Dima to the rescue.
いつまでその楽にしてていいぞ。触媒装置は停止させといて。
Oh, how did you do that from all the way out there?
ギリギリだったけどな。いや、危なかったぜ。前もってセクスタンスのプログラムを調べといてよかった。
Oh, the Sexton's loophole. That worked out better than expected.
第三世代人形に使われた技術、かなり興味深いな。そのブルースフィアってやつの素材も忘れずに持ち帰ってくれよ。
What? What? You want us to drag this thing back with us? Do you have any idea how big it is? We're gonna have to drag it instead of like stuffing it into the... Well, I guess do we need... Can we... No, we can't stuff it. Either drag it or put it on top of the Jeep just like you would camping supplies. Assimilation Girls Frontline 2 confirmed. Spare parts for sections get? I guess. That'd be kind of weird though. Even his fetish unacceptable. I would like to see Sexton's loophole. I would like to see Sexton's loophole too. What is this loophole we're talking about? But no, we're dragging Blue Sphere back with us? Are you sure you want to do that?
え？何それ？最初から大丈夫だったってこと？
確信がなかったからさ。ま、結果オーライだったね。
I mean, fair, but okay.
続きは戻ってからにしよう。ここにいると危険だ。グローザ、撤退。
了解。
Well, all's well that ends well.
やっと終わった。
I feel like
一日寝てもいい？
I feel like out of everyone, oh,
もうカモンが。
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I think BP is gonna have to be replaced. This icon's too good. Sorry, BP. You've been my icon for a while, but this is the new icon now. I mean, I guess blue balls can take a little dragging on the road.
メンタル接続異常なし。
Wait, we're connecting with her right now? We're connecting with Biolot balls right now?
素体機能異常なし。
Unless it's 416.
セルフメンテナンス。
Oh, that's 416 probably.
素体を変えたらすぐに目を覚ますはずなのに大丈夫でしょうか、クルカイさん。
Hey, main thing, I haven't heard you in a long time.
もう一度パラメータの調整を。メンタル接続正常、素体機能も正常。どうしてセルフメンテナンスがこんなに遅いんでしょう。
At this rate, when we kidnap Dartor, we're gonna have another Sanguis ringleader situation. I guess we will. I guess we will.
ここは俺が見てる。メイディンは休んだらどうだ？もう何日も徹夜続きだろう。
Oh wow! That's what she really wants right now.
はい。何かあったらすぐに呼んでくださいね。
Thank goodness we have another hand on the Elmo, but not for long. Not for long.
安心しろって。
You want a Svarog plane? Fair. As her newly activated auditory modules detect the sound of departing footsteps, Klukai opens her eyes in the diagnostic capsule.
おはよう来るかい。って言っても今は夜だけどな。お前たちを回収してから1日以上が経過してる。まあそれはどうでもいいか。腕を動かして新しい素体の油圧シリンダーを試してみてくれ。
Klukai obliges and raises her right arm. There doesn't seem to be any damage on her frame.
あの子たちは
メンタルのバックアップに手こずるほど損傷がひどかった。
I'm surprised you had spare parts available?
お前はまだマシな方だ。残りの3人はまだ調整がいるな。
Wait, hold up. She was slightly better off despite losing an arm and a leg? Literally? Yet the other three didn't seem like they were that damaged in the cutscenes?
それと来るかい。ミシティのスイッチは確かにお前に預けたが、もう少し使いどころを考えたらどうだ。ミシティのやつかなり酷使された形跡があったぞ。
Design Mechti's switch for you. What switch?
そうね。
え、それだけか。やけにしようらしいな。
He also looks like he hasn't slept in a while. He's got bags under his eyes.
もう一度メンタルをチェックしておこうか。人格設定に欠陥が出たら厄介で。
I think, dear, I think you're you earned a punch to the face for that comment. She's fine. She just doesn't feel like fighting right now. With all their parts damaged, probably just tearing it off and installing a new one is easier. I don't know. I don't think that's as easy. You definitely would just need a new frame altogether. Yeah, 416 did get a new frame. Others just got a repair, which might take longer. Oh, okay, that does make sense. They probably didn't need a new frame for anyone else except for her.
欠陥があるのはそっちでしょ。
After glaring at Deer, Klukai sits up on the examination slab. Deer sighs in relief after seeing her reaction. The look on his face seems to say that's more like it. She's actually fighting back.
ここはどこ？指揮官はエルモ号？ちょっと、なんであんたが指揮官と一緒にいるのよ。どうやって私たちを見つけたの？ブルースフィアの次回プログラムはどうやって止めたの？
That would be nice to know, yes.
おいおい、質問は一つずつにしてくれよ。
Do you think this is like stuffing data into a stack or something? No.
一つずつ答えなさい。
そうだな。順を追って説明しよう。お前たちが消息を絶ってから指揮官が俺に連絡してきたんだ。こっちもちょうど現地で通信障害の原因を探りたかったからエルモ号に乗ったわけだ。
Right, so this happened in the previous event.
なんでもレナがものすごい剣幕でエルモ号に救援を要請したんだとか。結局連絡がついたのは俺だけだったけど、指揮官の人形たちに囲まれて大変だったんだぜ。あのコルフェンってやつ、いつも笑ってる割には言ってることがいちいち鼻につくんだよな。
Oh, you couldn't stand the coffee, huh? Understandable. It took a while to get used to that also. Deer lapses into complaining, but Klukai seems entirely unmoved.
要点は？
せっかちだなお前は。このエリアに到着したら案の定通信管制にあった静的マップを見ながら基地局を一つずつ回ったよ。やっぱり原因はメンテ不足だな。だが人為的に破壊されたものも多かった。指揮官は何者かがこのエリア全域の通信を妨害してるんだと推測した。エルモ号の受信装置もここじゃ使い物にならなかった。ここを出れば信号は回復するが、お前たちとは連絡が取れなくなる。ただ待ってるわけにもいかないからな。指揮官は人形たちをいくつかの隊に分けて、お前たちがリバと最後に通信した位置情報を頼りにしらみつぶしに捜索し始めたってわけだ。それで何を見つけたと思う？
クイズ番組のつもり？
いや、雰囲気を和ませようとしたんだけど。
She's always tense. What are you talking about?
グローザたちが捜索の途中で調査隊の兵士を2名救出した。結局助からなかったが、彼らが建てた臨時基地局は無事だった。
Okay.
つまり軍用回線は完全には死んでなかったのね。
Imagine Deer diagnosed Sextons and you hear Colgate whisper from behind him and said you like them young. I don't think Sextons fits that description, to be honest. Maybe someone else would though.
そう、簡単に言えばブロックされてただけだ。障壁を取っ払えば使えるが、専用の設備なしじゃ難しい。幸いエルモ号の設備は充実してる。あとはまあちょっと工夫しただけさ。臨時基地局のチャンネル設定を参考にエルモ号の通信モジュールを改造して、具体的な原理は省こう。エルモ号が移動基地局になったと思えばいい。
Hey, we got mobile Wi-Fi now. Nice.
そう。
信号さえあればこっちのもんだ。メイリンに、ああそういえばお前は面識がなかったな。エルモ号のメカニックだよ。若いのに大した才能だ。いつも過労気味でヒヤヒヤさせられるけど。
She looked like she's constantly overworked. Yeah, about that.
さっきなんて今にも倒れそうだったから休ませたよ。あの指揮官、しばらく会わないうちにお前より人使いが荒くなってて笑えるぜ。
Commanders evolved into an even better slave driver than you. What are you trying to say? Are you sure you want to say that in front of 416's face?
要点だけ言いなさい。二度も忠告させないで。
わかったわかった。まあとにかくこのエリアには別系統の通信チャンネルがあることを発見したんだ。だがバリアが厚くてなかなか落とせなかった。 あのブルースフィアって人形がお前たちの位置を特定して油断した隙にようやくハッキングに成功したわけだ。
Dang, the background explanation of what happened there at the end is so lengthy. But I guess if you need to wrap it up, this is how you wrap it up.
あの時にはもう通信できてたってこと？それならなんで最後に現れたのよ。
発見されるリスクがあるだろう。例えるなら他人の携帯で電話するようなもんだ。持ち主が調べれば一発でいつ誰と電話したかがバレちまう。だからギリギリまで待つ必要があったのさ。
That makes sense.
それはあんたの判断？
No, that was Commander's decision, I feel.
俺は一回の技術屋に過ぎない。お前たちに何があったか知らなかったしね。個人的にはすぐにでも連絡したかったんだけど。全部指揮官の判断だよ。
As she senses the sheer amount of trust placed in her, Kukai feels like a kitten is treading on her neural cloud. What? Wait, what? As she senses the sheer amount of trust placed in her, Kukai feels like a kitten is treading on her neural cloud? What is that supposed to mean?
しばらく会わないうちに少しは成長したじゃない。
Whatever it means, she's a little bit soon right now, so I guess it's a good thing.
で、お前たちの居場所を掴んでからはマグニセキュリティとブルースフィアの通信を傍受してた。立派な軍人だよ、ディミトリー総長は。あの人が起こした爆発のおかげでブルースフィアは深手を負って第二形態に移行できなくなったんだ。じゃなきゃ俺たちが着く頃にはお前たちは全滅してた。
Oh, they know about Dimitri. Bluesphere's body was badly damaged enough that she took a long time to take her second form. So basically the Bluesphere that we saw isn't even her second form. That's like an interrupted second form. Okay, it kind of makes sense now. It's the same as a hamster wheel rolling. I see. It feels good to know that the commander trusted her to be able to manage the situation. I mean, they don't need to be micromanaged, right? They've done this, maybe not to this extent, but they've done enough operations to be able to handle themselves for the longest time. So, yeah, it's just interesting to me right now that Bluesphere's second form could actually have been something more proper than whatever the heck that we just ran into.
総長とブルースフィアとの最後の会話聞かせてあげられなくて残念だ。
Oh, you're talking about Dimitri? There's a wistful look on the deer's face.
それから起こったことも大体は見当がついてるんだろ。セクスタンスの素体とメンタルをチェックしたが、かなり独特な挙動をしてるよ。前に遭遇したダーチュアとセクスタンスは協力関係にあったと指揮官が言ってた。ブルースフィアとダーチュアはお前たちのことを第二世代人形と呼んでいた。つまりあいつらは自分たちを新型だと思ってる。セクスタンスのメンタルに残された情報を洗ったところ、奴らは自分たちを第三世代人形だと認識していることが分かった。
They perceive themselves as third generation dolls, but I guess because that's in quotes, they're not actually.
だがどうも変なんだよな。メンタルを破壊されたはずなのにローカルメンタルは稼働してる。リバに聞いてみてくれないが、あいつなら何かわかるかもしれない。
Fake third gen? Yeah, they're probably fake third gen. Someone mentioned 2.5 gen, which probably is more accurate. But for some reason they think they're third gen, which boosts their ego up a lot. Don't know who told them that.
ああ、そういえばリバは今レナと一緒だ。どうもリバの方に何かあったらしくて、指揮官との通信は全部レナが担当してる。昨日は指揮官にお前たちを早く送り届けろとしか言わなかったけど。
送り届ける？
Kukai looks doubtfully at Deer, but after seeing that he seems clueless too, she decides to drop the question.
まあいいわ。後で彼女に連絡する。今までのお礼もたっぷりしないとね。
Yeah, anything involving 45 is never good. I guess Rebella is the one true third gen doll, probably. I mean, we do know she is a third gen doll because Persica said so. And do you trust Persica? I would hope so. Have they made any other 3rd gen dolls aside from Ro? That's a good question. I have no idea. Does anyone know an actual 3rd gen doll besides that? You trusted Persicaria? I mean Persica? Yeah. I mean, I guess technically Persicaria is her actual name, but we just call her Persica. The one we refer to as Persicaria is in NeuroCloud. That means that others can also upgrade their frames with the newest 3rd gen frames. Oh. That'd be interesting to if they can actually upgrade them.
それとブルースフィアを止められたのはセクスタンスを解析したからなのね。
そうだ。同じ第3世代人形なら設計に何かしらの共通点があるはずだからね。セクスタンスから得た情報を利用してブルースフィアのメンタルに侵入したんだ。
Ah, you hacked into the back door. Gotcha.
あの時彼女はお前たちを追うのに必死で少しも異常に気づいてなかったよ。おかげで恐怖の装置とのリンクを切ることができたってわけだ。ヒヤヒヤしたぜ。核爆弾の発射スイッチに等しいからな。
It's basically a nuclear launch button, like literally one.
ブルースフィア、マグニセキュリティ、それから背後にいるあのグループ。彼らの犯した罪もようやく明るみに出るわ。
まあそうなんだけど。
What happened? Why the butt?
どうしたの？
お前らが持ち帰ったチップにちょっとした問題が起こってて。
Is it broken? Did it break during the rescue?
どういうこと？
そう焦るな。完全に壊れたわけじゃない。一時的なデータ破損で読み取れないだけだから。
Okay, I mean, you guys have it recorded in your NeuroClouds, right? Can't you use that as evidence instead?
何が原因なの？
ブルースフィアのやつよほど慎重だったようだ。お前たちは最後の最後にしてやられたわけだ。あいつが自壊するときに光ったのを覚えてるか？あれは強力な磁気パルスだったんだよ。
Oh, frickin' A. Of course it'll be EMP. I keep forgetting EMP as a thing. Oh, come on. How do you fix EMP electronics anyway? I really don't know.
磁気パルス？
まあそこまで難しい技術じゃない。コストも低いしな。だが厄介なのは単射程内にあるチップと録音装置を磁気不良、つまり使用不能な状態にしてしまう点だ。
It managed to degauss the chip and recorder. What does degaussing mean? Does degaussing mean like it lost like it can't what do you call this? Electricity can't go through it anymore, so it can't function that way? I actually don't know. I'm trying. Remove magnetic properties. Okay. Okay, I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think how electronics work. But I think it just basically means because it's demagnetized, it can't transfer electrons, which is electricity, through the thing anymore. Or I guess there's a way you have to remagnetize it, I suppose, to fix it. Demagnetize it by doing so, but by doing so you're scrapping it. I see.
修理はできないの？
Oh wait, I think if you also degauss it, you also lose the information, right? Ooh. Right. Because technically speaking, any information you record electronically is still being held by the positions of whatever electrons are still there. I know we're getting like to we're getting down to like really small things right now, but that's what it is at the end of the day. Okay, bring it up a little bit. Zeros and ones, they're stored into memory, but those zeros and ones are electrified in a way. But they're only electrified because there's a magnetic field holding that information. Once you degauss it, once it loses that magnetic field, those zeros and ones can't hold their positions anymore, and so they all turn into zeros, which is also not good. Yeah, it loses its place and can't be read. That's basically what it is. If it was electronic and therefore electromagnetic storage, you lose the information. There we go. You guys said it.
メイリンといろいろ試してはみたが、今はお手上げ状態だな。
Yeah, I don't know if there's a way to, technically speaking, I don't know if there's a way to, you can always remagnetize it. The problem is, I don't think you can restore the information after it's remagnetized, because it lost that memory, and there's really no way to preserve it. So the only other thing they can do now, if they want to present any evidence, is through their cores, because they were around when they heard the recording. So that should be good enough if they can dig that information out.
もともと俺たちの専門じゃないし、可能性はまだ十分ある。詳しい知り合いに当たってみるよ。
早くなんとかして。
もちろん。けど今はチップも録音も指揮官に預けてある。
なんで指揮官に？これは404が引き受けた依頼よ。
Okay. After thinking about the dangers hidden behind this mission, Klukai is reflexively attempting to exclude the commander from getting involved with them.
レナにそうするよう言われたんだ。昨日指揮官と連絡したときに。
Right, so now they're officially involved because Lena, 45, has said, yeah, you're part of this mission now.
そうだ。さっき指揮官がカリーナから連絡を受けたとかで指令室に入ってったぜ。行ってみるか？エルモ号のマップはお前のローカルメモリに入れといた。
Ooh.
わかったわ。
No hesitation, she's just going for it. Alright then. As I'm discussing 404's mission with Leva and its links to the Elmo's previous encounters, I hear the doors of the ops room slide open behind me. Unsurprisingly, the person standing at the door is Klukai. As I think about our previous somewhat awkward call, I quickly adopt a relaxed and casual attitude.
修理は終わったのか？相変わらずいい仕事をするな、デールは。今度メイリンの指導を頼んでみるか。
Yeah, good luck affording him on your payroll.
指導料をいただけるなら。
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
なあ、今は持ち合わせが少ないんだ。少し負けてくれると助かるが。
We're kind of more than broke, but somehow we're scraping by.
はいはい、そこまで。隊長になってからやけにお金にうるさくなったわね、来る会は。毎月えげつない量の領収書まで出してくるし。
Long list of bills, fully itemized at the start of each month. Wow. How much money does it actually take to run 404? That'd be hilarious to know. Also, yeah, hi Leva.
前任者がもう少し財産を築いていれば、私も口うるさくせずに済んだんだけど。
Didn't leave a pfennig? What's a pfennig? Is that like a German penny?
え？私のせい？
I mean, I wouldn't think 45 would be fiscally responsible, so I don't know. Pfennig. Pfennig's an old German currency unit, basically a cent. Okay, that's what I thought.
他に誰がいるのよ。デールから聞いたけど、レナばかりに指揮官と連絡を取らせてるんですって？あんたは何してたのよ。
もう指揮官も知ってるでしょ。カリンに頼まれてた件よ。ほら、あんたたちが ODE01 で使ってたあれ。カリンたちここのところ大忙しなのよ。イエローエリアでのびのびできるクルカイ隊長とは違ってこっちは忙しいんだから。
のびのびですって？言葉の意味を分かって使ってるの？
What the Excalibant mean, guys? What the Excalibant mean? I totally forgot.
あんたね、
聞きたいことは分かってる。第三世代人形のこと、それとカリンたちの件がそっちと関係あるかでしょ。指揮官も知りたいんじゃない？
Imagine using dollars. There's literally no USA anymore. Are they actually gone? I think someone did mention all the existing countries that are still around. But I actually don't know what countries are still around. Stroll, amuse oneself, fooling around, wandering around. Okay. Okay.
Ah.
Huh? The smile fades from Leva's face on the projection monitor. I mean, I don't blame her. Why would they want to do that, though? Why would they want to control the radiation intensity like that? Okay, we're still looking into it. Lava sends over some files.
Liba, 私たちのメンタルにブルースフィアとマグニセキュリティとの戦闘、それからチップを読み取った記録があるわ。
Okay, can we use that?
人形のメンタル記録が証拠能力を持たないことはあんたも分かってるはずよ。
Oh, come on. Why is it not admissible as evidence in court of law? Why are we even talking about court of law right now? Why is it not admissible evidence? Is it that unreliable? It can be manipulated that easily? It counts as hearsay? Really? How is it hearsay? They're basically walking video recorders and audio recorders.
何よそれ。今。
タイミングを待つと言った方が正しいかしら。
On the screen, Lev is constantly fiddling with the interface. Her attention is clearly on other things.
そういうことだから来るかい。新しい任務よ。404はエルモ号と同行して証拠の護送をお願いね。
Escorting the evidence and keeping it safe, otherwise known as now we can recruit you into the Elmo. Congratulations, you get to be with the commander.
リバ。
まあまあ、そんな顔しないで。
Wait, what are you so mad about? You get to be with the commander now.
気に食わないのはわかるけど、今回の任務、もともとはパラデウスの行方をつかむのが目的よ。
Welcome back to the team.
失敗したわけじゃない。
Technically speaking, as far as Girls Frontline 1 story is concerned, she was never actually with us for any amount of time, I feel like. 404 always did their thing, and sometimes we run across 404. But she's never actually been with us, technically, story-wise. But she was with us when we recruited her through the production system. That's a different story, though.
分かってる。あんたなんかに慰められたくないわ。
Last event on Global, she saved us. Nice.
じゃあ、指揮官に慰めてもらったら
What if the commander comforted you instead? She would like that.
え？なんだって？
She's blushing.
さてと、冗談はこの辺にして。エルモ号と404の動きはすでに黒幕の目に入ってると思った方がいいわね。こっちも痕跡を消す努力はするけど、限りがあるわ。グリーンエリアはともかく、イエローエリアは無法地帯。リビウに着くまで何が起きてもおかしくない。
分かってる。
今回は本当にお疲れ様。任務とはいえヘルモ号なら快適だろうし、しばらく休憩するといいわ。メンタルの調整も兼ねてね。
Treat it as a vacation. But she's not gonna like all the dolls on board. It's like, really? This crap again? Already had so much competition before. But this crap again?
じゃあ今日はこの辺で。指揮官、私の代わりに面倒を見てあげて。
I hope 45 didn't develop on how to become a wing woman after M16 gave her a talking to. What did M16 say to 45? Don't leave. It's gonna be more awkward. Nah, is it gonna be awkward between? Nah, it's gonna be awkward. Don't worry about it. It's gonna be awkward.
任せろ。
Leva's image vanishes from the projection monitor and the ops room falls silent. I struggle to find something to say that can break this awkward silence. Klukai and I haven't met in a long time, and her face looks downcast. She must have a lot to say, both about the 10 years which have passed and everything which has happened, but I don't know exactly where to begin. She stares hard at me, and finally she sighs.
人形たくさん増えたんですね。
That's the first thing you point out? Also, you're right. I do have a lot. I do have a lot. The only ones who aren't here are Suomi, Ulrid, who else? Diane. But I have everyone else. Right. Those are the only 3 that are not in the Elmo. And all the other NPCs are so happen to be in the Elmo. We got a harem now. It's not in her eyes. It's a harem. Yes. Background OST is good. Yes, that's true. And the only one you need.
ああ、グローザは知ってるな。他はみんな新しい仲間だ。後で紹介しよう。
Yeah, and because of all the dolls that joined, Mailing's workload keeps on increasing, and our balance sheet keeps on decreasing. Yeah. Litara isn't here, Diane is here, all of Typhoon is here. Well, Litara technically isn't with us in story, true. Suomi left in story, also true. So who do we have here? We have Elmo crew plus Sextons plus 4 now. Plus Wawa is here. Technically Wawa is here. Sharkray is here also. Do we have G36 here also? I don't think Springfield is here. I think Springfield's elsewhere too, right? Bluesphere's body. Oh no, Bluesphere's body is the least I expected from this. I knew we were gonna fight her. I didn't think we would take her body back with us. Wawa's off with Springfield delivering Helena to Kalina. Oh right, I forgot about that. Right. Wait, no, is it Helena? Wait, hold up. What happened to the other Helena? What's her name again? Well, what's the other Helena's name again? Dandegate too? Right, Dandegate's here too. That place all you need. Melanie, thank you, Melanie. Melanie is the one with us. Okay. So we have the competent daughter with us, and the other daughter is being sent off elsewhere. Got you. But Pasha is not here, technically. Technically. I see.
ふん。グリフィンを離れても、グリフィンの指揮官は随分と人気なんですね。
Jealous? Are you jealous?
持ちつ持たれつさ。イエローエリアみたいな場所じゃ仲間は多い方がいい。今はカリンがスポンサーだから404は間接的にうちの親組織になるのかな。
Oh, don't tell her that. Don't tell her that she's your boss.
へえ、親組織。
Oh no, this can only end well.
それならこき使わせていただきますから覚悟してくださいね。
After being bossed around by Dimitri, I think this is how she takes out her frustrations.
かしこまりました。エルモ号の設備と部屋はどうぞご自由にお使いください。
Go ahead and pick any room you like. Is she gonna pick the commander's room?
何かあれば遠慮なくメイリンに。あなたの忠実なるブリーフ認定賞金ハンターがお使いいたします。
報告書を書くから部屋をお願いできる？
Okay, she didn't pick the commander's room.
任務を終えたばかりなんだ。少しは休んだらどうだ？
あなたみたいにたるんでませんから。
ごもっともでございます。
We're really trying to butter her up, aren't we? As your boss, I order you to take me out to dinner. Well, dinner out here in the middle of the yellow zone might be a little bit hard. Don't play the submissive, bro. But he is, though. Bro really can't wait for the next chapter, seeing all those interactions. One Kluka and Krolik having staring content for 10 seconds. That'll be interesting to see. There is a letter she sent out to for 416, so she did order you to. Did she? Wait, I didn't really read the letter. Maybe we can read the letter before we finish today. Dinner letter was this week. Okay, I'm gonna have to reread the letter because I didn't actually do that.
指令室を使ってくれ。誰も邪魔しないよう言っておくから。なあ、ついでにエルモ号の状態をモニタリングしてくれると助かる。
わかりました。
Oh, just like that. In the end, Kluka is the only one left in the ops room. This is dangerous. She doesn't start working right away. Instead, she sighs and looks out the window. The yellow zone at night is no different from the countless other nights she's spent. And here's the Elmo just trucking along. The scenery is pretty good though for a barren desert. Slowly, a greenish-gray mist spreads from the horizon, and she knows the dawn is coming. Operation Smoke Signal did not end in a satisfactory way. Those men who gave their lives to pass on their warning were ultimately buried in the land they sought to protect. In that place which was furthest from the sun, they gave their lives to illuminate the land. The choking sand swallowed their battle cry and the truth. The world cast out those broken soldiers, and the passage of time saw to it that they were forgotten. Such unfairness and injustice can be seen everywhere. Those soldiers who protected their land have even forgotten what their homes ought to look like. Klukai looks at the door that the commander left through, and her thoughts turn inward. Of course she's happy to be reunited with the commander. Of course she's happy that her long years of reaching out have finally been answered. However, what awaits them both is deeper and graver danger. While she believes in herself, after what she's been through, she can't be entirely certain that she will not be swallowed up by the night. But at the very least, the dawn has come. At least, she will no longer be wandering at that faraway Aphelion. In the distant horizon, the sun slowly rises. Really? Really? She's humming the Survey Corps theme right now. She's thinking about other men during this precious moment. Unacceptable. We got NTR again. Honestly, I'm okay with this. I mean, she still gets the commander at the end of the day, but we gotta pay respect to the Survey Corps, right? If no one remembers them, at least 416 will. At least 416 will. I wish I had a salute thing here, but I don't. Actually, no, I do have a salute thing. Hold up. Sorry, music's gonna cut off for a little bit. Let me just bring it up here myself. I know I can type it in chat, but I feel like I should have it on stream too. Where is it? Right here? Is it this one? Nope, that's not the one. Where did I put it? Where actually did I put it? Is it? Where did I put it? Is it this one? No, I can't find it. I can't find it. Oh well. I was gonna let's just do it in chat. Let's just do it in chat. Hopefully it shows up on stream. There we go. There we go. That's my salute to the survey corps, since I can't do it on on this scene. A guy in my GFL game? I mean, come on. When a guy shows up in Girls Frontline, something serious usually happens. Whether it be a soldier or a politician or some other person, something serious usually happens, except for the client. The client who was named briefly and then promptly died afterwards. The pink-haired client that Coffee put a gun on their head. That guy. A moment later, a fragmented melody echoes through the ops room, bereft of the passion it once held. I will complete your mission. After all, I'm luckier than you, because there's no way the person I found would just sit back and hide in a hole. Of this, Klukai is certain. The bits and pieces of the tune gradually coalesce into an orderly melody, praising the ideals of old and longing for the home of today. You think J and K are still alive? It'd be kinda interesting if they were. But the sun is still here, and the land is still here. I hope the dreams in this song will leave this barren, empty land. I hope it will become the rays of daybreak that will cut through the darkness, shatter the endless night, and ignite the light of dawn. I mean, I'm assuming they're probably still alive because they didn't die in Frankfurt, so... Anyway, we leave the Alamo. Where the heck are we? Inside a simply furnished office, a middle-aged man in a suit is listening to Cocoon's report on the situation. Remember what I said about men showing up in Girls Frontline being a serious thing? We have a middle-aged man here. Who is this person? What is that silhouette? What is that silhouette? Wait, so there's no data on it whatsoever? Oh, crap. Well, at least they recognize them. Not again. Okay, first Sexton's neural cloud melted down, and we get the Sextons we have now. Now Blue Sphere's neural cloud also melted down. So if we do somehow get her back, I don't know why we want to do that, but if we somehow get Blue Sphere back, she's gonna end up like Sextons. So what's even the point? Is it Dio? I have no idea.
早急に裏を取れ。
それから404の人形たち気になりますね。
調査は済んだのか？
I'm not hearing the Dio, to be honest. Maybe because it's not as exaggerated as Dio, but I'm not hearing the Dio.
当然です。彼女たちは人形が自主管理する小規模の武装部隊です。平時はメールのやり取りで依頼を引き受け、客層は闇ブローカーからホワイトエリア、グリーンエリアの企業グループ、果ては政府機関にまで及びます。今回は非軍事勢力管理局の依頼であのエリアで活動する違法 PMC を取り締まるだけのはずでした。
つまりアクシデントだったと。
ええ、表面上は。けれど404には表舞台でも活躍する人形が2体存在します。
Belka and
長らく
Andoris?
実際の作戦に加わっていません。
Two dolls within Hide 404 who have not taken part in field operations for a very long time. Oh, that might be 45 and 9.
同時に近頃ジラードグループに探りを入れている管理局員は人形のボディーガードを4体連れています。
Cocoon recalls the doll who had once matched wits against her. It would seem that her hasty handling of that data from before had indeed left a loophole which had been exploited. At the same time, the mysterious man realizes what she's hinting at.
なるほど。任務を続けろ。
Just before the middle-aged man is about to hang up, Cocoon stops him.
ブルースフィアの件、どうするおつもりですか？
新しい素体を支給し、戦場処理の任を引き続き担当してもらう。
Okay, so the blue sphere we have is basically an empty shell. But they still have a backup of blue sphere on their end. So that's going to be the blue sphere we deal with in the future. Will she remember us? I don't know. She says she's gonna remember us though. So I'm looking forward to that. I guess I don't have a backup of sextants, which is interesting. And no one's ever mentioned Dartur ever again. So wondering what that's about.
閣下はブルースフィアにだけはお優しいのですね。
コマに厳しくする者がどこにいる？自分の任務に集中しろ。お前とお前の隊には期限までにあれを満足させる成果を上げてもらわねば困る。
You like Blue Sphere as a villain? I guess she's alright. A little too mechanical for me, but I guess she's alright. I do want to see what her true second form looks like, which I think we'll get in the future. The middle-aged man raises his chin slightly. It seems he is displeased.
閣下のご命令とあらば。
The transmission ends. That's definitely Griffin. I was about to say the silhouette looks a little bit like Griffin, but I can't tell. I honestly can't tell. Anyway, that's the event, guys. Holy crap. Not quite as long as last stream, but pretty darn long regardless. Also, really, really good. I'm guessing the thing after this is we're probably going to be getting a new chapter, right? We're probably going to be getting chapter 9 or something. Chapter 9 and chapter 10. And then probably another major event after that. So that'd be great. So much to talk about. Where do we even begin? Don't forget about Dimitri logs in the Elmo server. Yeah, I need to read that at some point. Speaking of Dimitri, I did notice something that went by my Twitter feed, and I didn't realize. I mean, I guess it's not really a spoiler, but it is an interesting little detail that I never got myself in my playthrough, and probably anyone who got this in their playthrough would be like, well, who the heck are these people, right? Who the heck are these people? But if you ever played if you ever played Reverse Collapse, check 1 2, check 1 2. Are we back? Are we back? I think whenever I bring up the browser, it just is too much for OBS. I feel like my system might be giving out. I don't know why though. It shouldn't be giving out this soon. Check 1 3 2 1. We good? We're live. I see you. I see the text running across the stream. Running up top on the stream. I also see YouTube is connected, so we are back. All right. Where was I before I got disconnected? I just brought this up. Oh, hold up. Please don't crash. Please don't crash. I brought this thing up. Wait, why is it not showing up? Please don't crash. Dimitri and Nikolai dog tags. Okay. Test again. Are we back again? Yeah, so I'm not bringing Twitter up because I feel like whenever I show the browser on stream, I don't know if I just have too much stuff for OBS to load at one time, but because of that, I think it's crapping out because of that. So, workaround. I took a quick screenshot. Where the frick is my screenshot? Where did the screenshot go? The screenshot did not go through. Why? Might be a Girls Frontline 2 issue because of 3 times apps runs 3 times faster, messes up PCs. Could be. Could be. I could also temporarily disable Girls Frontline 2 on the screen because it's going through OBS. But hold up. I need to get a picture at least of the thing. And oh, there we go. It's a very clear picture now. But let me crop this. I guess as long as I don't show the browser, we should be okay. But what I do need to do is close that, exit it. Okay, don't show it. Don't show the browser and we'll be okay. I got it. I got it now. Where's a picture? Why we no show picture? Picture doko. Picture, that is not the picture. That is the chat. Reset. There we go. Here we go. Okay. So, as I was trying to say, for the past multiple times, in Reverse Collapse, you can what do you call this? You can pick up like collectibles in the game, and a lot of times there are going to be references to either Girls Frontline 1 or NeuroCloud or somewhere further back in history. However, this particular collectible, I don't think anyone knew what the significance of this was until this event dropped. Like, who the frick are Nikolai and Dimitri? Why do we have these particular dog tags? Apparently, Mika planned this a very long time ago when they made Reverse Collapse. And I guess if you remember this, if you ever pick this up in Reverse Collapse and you remember this, wait, Nikolai and Dimitri, they're in this event? What? Yes, apparently. And it's we're getting to crazy levels of foreshadowing that we didn't think possible. So there might be still some hidden items in Reverse Collapse that might be interesting to dig up and see if they predict anything in Girls Frontline 2. This one certainly did, even though we had no idea what it's about. You can see the burn marks even from this from the dog tags, right? The burn marks that happened from that explosion and that spark. It's kind of amazing, and I think you find this particular collectible out in the middle of basically nowhere. It's a place with a bunch of elids, but other than that, blood and marks, right? Yeah, there's a bit of blood and marks. 2 damaged dog tags strung together, bearing bullet penetration marks. Although stained with blood, the names on the 2 dog tags are Nikolai and Dmitri, clearly visible, which is basically them. So yeah, that's just what I wanted to show. That's all I really wanted to share regarding what I saw regarding this event. And if you haven't played Reverse Collapse before, I highly recommend it if you get the chance. I highly recommend playing Reverse Collapse if you get the chance. It is long, it is kind of tough, but if you don't feel like going through all of that, or the game is not your cup of tea, you can always check my playthrough. However, I didn't go through every single collectible, so you're going to want to do that later. Klukai letter? Yeah, let's do that before I forget. Reverse Collapse location is Caucasus, while Girls Frontline 2 is Ukraine. So I'm guessing it was just added in the game, and it doesn't really have any bearing on where it actually took place. Okay. Special day, 4/16 special day. This was a few days ago. I'd wager that you're currently racking your brain. Just what is the right answer to this question of mine? It's fine. This time I'll go easy on you. I'll remind you why today is so special. This very day is mine, all mine. And it too is the day that we made a promise to go out on a date together. Wait, did we? I have already forwarded our schedule to your terminal, but just in case I'll give you the rundown of all the things on the agenda. Our dinner reservation has been made by yours truly, and after we dine, we will watch a movie at the theater 500 meters west of the restaurant. We will then take a stroll, neither too long nor too short, eventually reaching a scenic view I have scouted ahead of time. Your hand tightly intertwined with mine, we will walk together to our destination. Once that is done, we shall ride beneath the stars, you and I. With you seated at the back, we shall gaze at the mesmerizing night sky all the way back to the Elmo. There, we will partake in some alcohol together. Never give her alcohol. Why would you say that? When will I let you go? Do you know how many anniversaries spent apart that we've missed? 10! That's 10 years! I want to know just how you've spent those 10 anniversaries. And I want you to be my listening ear, hearing out all the troubles I've been through. So, isn't this longing of mine worthy of a dawn we shall welcome together? Please delude yourself not with any harebrained schemes to elude me. Even if I need to resort to force, I will catch you, tie you up, strapping you next to me. Then you shall remember one very important fact. From now on, I am all you need. Okay, that was mildly threatening. That was slightly mildly threatening. Sorry, Klukai, grows as wife now. Yeah, she literally said, if you won't go along with this, I will kidnap you. I will kidnap you. Also, I don't like that the date, the dinner reservations, the date was like spelled out so step by step. I don't like this. I like things to be a little bit more spontaneous than this. Okay, fine. Dinner reservations, I get it. Movie right afterwards, I get it. Sure. But when you say we will take a stroll, neither too long or too short, I draw the line there. I draw the line there, as well as describing hand tightly intertwined with mine, hand holding in this message. Please no, don't say it like that. German's just built different. I feel like it's 416 type of German built different. I don't think 45, Leva, even Wawa, none of the other Germans are like this. It's just her. It's just her. Wawa could learn a thing or two about this forwardness. I guess, technically speaking, Wawa's a tsundere, and Klukai 416 is the yandere. Speaking of which, if you haven't seen the fan art, there's a fan art out there floating around with Wawa being, well, with 416 being Wawa Day. Wawa as in, if you haven't heard of Wawa before, and not Wa2K, Wawa is basically a convenience store slash gas station that originated, I think, in Florida and may have spread out a little bit. And apparently, 416 is their day. So go figure. Go figure. Wawa can Wa2K Wawa Macchiato can also claim that day because of the name similarities. Klukai Old Story is kinda this date. Is it really? Is it really? She's not getting my ring anytime soon. The second doll to get a ring after Ro is probably gonna be Wawa. Probably Wawa. But anyway, I think that's gonna do it for me today, guys. It is kind of getting a little late, but holy crap, this event it goes pretty hard. It does go pretty hard. And looking at the, I guess this art here with Dimitri at the bottom, it gives a different tone of what this is supposed to be like. This is kind of like a remembrance for Dimitri now, instead of it's like a cool art of Dimitri looking back. Yeah, event was pretty good. Story's pretty epic. Vepley is a very audible from the launch. I'm still a little bit surprised to see Vepley was with them when they when they did the rescue. I get it. They needed someone with some muscle to carry all the dolls, and I guess even Blue Sphere. But still, a random Vepley and Krolik. I guess Krolik is also kind of muscle too. She was the muscle before Vepley came along, and then Vepley came along, and okay, there he goes. Great character from Dimitri. I did like Dimitri. At first, he just seemed a little bit caustic, and I guess if we did read his backstory a little bit, we would get a little bit more information on why he is the way he is. But we did get backstory in the game, not in the game, in the event itself, at least for some of his motivations. But not necessarily his hate for dolls. That's a different story altogether. So yeah. But he's a great character. I'm just a little bit sad that we didn't get to... I guess there's no... I guess we did give him the proper respects at the end of the event. However, it didn't feel like it was a proper enough send-off because we jumped right into the conspiracy in the other group afterwards. So it's like, way to ruin the moment. Can we at least end it on a somewhat somber note instead of going into, oh yeah, so the bad guys are doing this now. Yeah, that kind of thing. That's just average Slavic behavior. Do you reckon we're gonna have a character like Dimitri in the future? I don't know. Dimitri's Dimitri. If you get another character like Dimitri, it'd be kind of like trying to one-up Dimitri. So I don't like that idea. I do like the idea that we might get a character in the future that is pretty likable, like Dimitri, but like Dimitri being as rough as he is, but also a bit, you know, kind of assumed by the end, but you know, he had his principles. Agent J, Agent J, Agent K, if we ever see them again, that'd be nice. I think I remember Agent J just a little bit. And then I saw a post about Agent K getting shot down by AN94 after asking her out to a date. And like literally all she said was, no, it's not happening. It's not happening. You could feel it for the guy after he got rejected. Who is Agent L? Is there actually an Agent L, or are we just making agents up now because of letters? The Slavic song is kind of a good way to send it off for Dimitri's arc, but it's just me. It is a good send-off for him, but like I said, just because we go right into another scene afterwards, it kind of kills the moment a little bit. But it's kind of nice, I guess, to see 416 hum the tune just a little bit. So yeah. Anyway, I'm not sure what we're gonna do next week. I'm trying to figure that out. Should we do like a journal? Should we read Dimitri stuff? Because if we read Dimitri stuff, it's just one gigantic log. But if you guys want to do it, I can do that and then maybe fit something else in here. But look at this. This is like gigantic text after gigantic text. Can I buy you a ring for Kulukai? I mean, I appreciate the thought, but I would have to turn that down. Sorry. I don't know how. Well, yeah. I don't know. I don't really like taking donos like that. I think if you really want to get me something, whatever support you give to this channel, I do appreciate that. Like, whether it be tips through what do you call this? I have a coffee link in the description if you want to do it that way. There's also the direct. There's also the memberships on the channel, though. With memberships on the channel, I can't really claim that until I reach a certain level. So that's if you want to. Don't worry about it if you can't. But I think there's this thing called Throne. I don't really know how it works. I tried it once before, and someone did get me something from it. I got some dehydrated bugs from it, which I did eat on stream. Can't say I entirely liked that experience, but that did happen. So I really don't know. I don't know if I set up a... I guess if I set up a Streamlabs account, I don't know if that would get around sanctions either. I don't know. I would have to look. I would have to look up what goes around sanction stuff. So can we check Mekti's dorm for the manga real quick? Oh yeah, good. We can do that really quick before we end today. I totally forgot about that. I know there was someone reading a manga. Wait, can we? Is it like a specific scene that has the manga, or is it in any scene? Because I don't think I see it here. Where's the manga? The reading book scene. Okay, fine. Let's go there. Okay, I'm listening to her sounds right now. It sounds slightly erotic. It's just me? It might just be me. Ignore me. Anyway, examining. There's a noise out of... I know, right? I had to think twice about that one. Okay, I've seen the manga. I've seen this one. If we're talking about the Dragon Ball Z manga, I have seen this. I have seen this one. Are we talking about a manga? If we're talking about manga collection, that's a different thing. I don't think I've seen her manga collection. Heavy penetration? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, I wish they had like actual personal dorms, but we gotta copy and paste dorms for now. Sorry, everyone. All the decorations are the same, everything else is the same. Even the closets are all the same. Like there's a white dress here, which I don't think she wears at all. But it would be neat though if they gave like personal dorms. It would also be probably neater if we can customize the dorms. But that is probably way later down the line. Also, I did not realize this was a coffee machine. I don't know what I thought this was, but I did not think this was a coffee machine. That's the wedding dress. If she likes Yamcha, then that means she enjoys JoJo. That's all I want to hear. I don't know if that's what it means, but I guess? I guess? Anyway, we'll leave the screen here before we end today. If you have any suggestions on what to do for the next stream, I can do like a little bit of the log reading, which probably will take a while. So it's either log reading, or we do some Dusty Memories, or we do a little bit of... Does she have any archive stuff? She has archive stuff. So we have we can do also 416 archive with G11 archive. Down for anything. Okay, I'm gonna have to think of something. Pathforger only stream? If you really want that, I could do it. I don't know if it'd be very interesting. I think Infinite Pathforger. I don't think I've managed to get more than 50k in any Pathforger map. And Infinite Pathforger is really rough the further you get down there. So we'll see. I'll figure something out. I may even just roll a dice and then we'll do it that way. But that's gonna do it for me today, everyone. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for listening in. I'll see you all next time. Have a good rest of your day. See you next week. Hopefully the schedule will be out by tomorrow. Bye bye.